want to welcome everyone to the TriMet Board of Directors meeting of May 24th, 2023. We're holding the meeting in person here at the University of Oregon downtown Portland campus in Old Town, and we're also live streaming the meeting on YouTube. We've made accommodations for virtual participation for members of the public who wish to provide public testimony this morning, but who could not be here in person. We're going to begin the public forum. Generally, we're going to start with those that are here in person, but I'm going to vary a little bit today and have one of the virtual participants go first. But let me go through what the procedure is for those that are here in person. As I call a person forward, I will call two at a time. To help things move along with the testimony as quickly as possible, we have 19 individuals signed up for in-person and 11 individuals signed up for virtual. We ask those testifying to please keep your comments and concerns and feedback about just TriMet and our service. And we also ask that comments be limited to no more than 3 minutes. If we're unable to do so, you may provide your comments in writing by emailing them to boardtestimony@trimet.org. I will call the in-person presenters by number and ask you to identify yourself by name. And so you will come to the table that's right up here in front. To keep you to your allotted time, there will be 3 lights on the table in front of you. The green light means it's time to begin. The yellow light means you have 30 seconds left and you should begin wrapping up your testimony. And the red light indicates your time is up and it's now time for the next person to provide testimony. So to begin today, I'm going to first call on our first virtual participant, which is Com Phan. Com, are you there?
Yes, thank you so much, President Simmons and members of the committee. I'm just going to, members of the TriMet board. My name is Con Pham, and I'm the state representative for House District 46 in outer Southeast Portland, which includes Montevilla, Lents, Foster Powell, Brentwood, Darlington, and many other neighborhoods. And the number 72 is my favorite bus line. So I want to first of all apologize that I can't be there in person today to testify. And so I really, truly appreciate the opportunity to speak remotely from Salem today. Constituents in my district have consistently been asking me to use my time in office to really advocate to improve public transportation so it is safer, easier, cheaper, faster, and more convenient to get around the community without a car. Because we know that not everyone can afford to or is able to or even wants to drive a car. In my district, from students at PCC Southeast to recent immigrants, to senior citizens, to community members with disabilities, and teenagers relying on buses to get to classes, I'm here today to advocate on behalf of so many different community members who see TriMet as their lifeline for education, employment, access to healthcare, shopping, and economic opportunity. I greatly appreciate the work of Opal's Bus Riders Unite to call attention to this proposal and the impacts it will have on my constituents, especially the most vulnerable in my community in desperate need of a reliable mobility lifeline. It's with their interests in mind that I testify in opposition to the proposed fare hike before you this morning. I am very sympathetic to the difficult decisions that you as board members face to manage the constraints of balancing the budget of an American transit system in 2023. You know, I've seen every transit agency in the US has lost revenue and passengers since 2019, and finding funding for these systemic challenges is an existential question for both TriMet and also for many transit systems across the country. And this is happening at exactly the same time in which transit is increasingly understood as a solution to many of our overlapping problems related to affordability, climate, cleaner air, safer streets, and economic opportunity. Unfortunately, this fare increase appears to be a temporary budget Band-Aid that ultimately hides the larger systemic problems that TriMet must begin to tackle to be the transit agency of the 21st century that we need. TriMet needs to move away from its reliance on fare box revenue to close funding gaps and move towards thinking about transportation like an essential service and funding it accordingly. And this is going to require more than a fare hike. This is going to require years of leadership to shape a broader agenda and vision for our transportation system. As a legislator in the statewide Joint Committee on Transportation, I'm testifying to the TriMet board to ask you to be ambitious in the months and years ahead. TriMet must continue its work towards solving the safety, security, and cleanliness problems of their service so that everyone in Portland, in the Portland metro region, considers TriMet an irresistibly attractive option for more trips across the region. As a legislator, I'm constantly asked to vote on tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in investments in additional road capacity statewide. With this $6.7 billion ODOT budget for the next biennium, the money does exist to make substantial investments in public transit. And as the TriMet board, you have the opportunity to set the tone for a more assertive approach, convening a more aggressive approach, convening stakeholders to plan a generational investment in public transportation. All signs point to the 2025 legislative session as the year for the state government to consider substantial investments in transportation. And beyond today's vote, I'm eager to work with TriMet's board and community partners to draw up a plan for a substantial investment in public transit in our future. In the meantime, this fare hike simply kicks the can down the road, placing the burden on our most vulnerable residents to keep this agency afloat, instead of beginning the hard work of the long-term conversation about our region's shared future transit system. I encourage you to vote against this fare hike and look forward to working with all of you on prioritizing investments in transit service and infrastructure in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I would now like to begin the in-person testimony, and I'm going to call those two speakers that have numbers 1 and 2 to the table up front. Remind you again that each of you have 3 minutes, and that the yellow light indicates you have 30 seconds left, and the red light indicates that your time is up. And I'd like to ask you each to introduce yourself by name. Oh yeah, and press the button so it's green in the front.
My name is Courtney Ellen Cosgrove. As an Oregonian who is a national business owner and former elected official within the Los Angeles County, I've had experience with public transportation and infrastructure and policymaking. Oregon's proposed fare increase across the board is alarming, as it would make public transit within Oregon more expensive than Los Angeles and New York, two of the nation's largest cities with arguably more efficient and widespread systems. We all know public transit runs on infrastructure. According to the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act of 2021 from the Biden administration, Oregon will receive $4.5 billion over the next 5 years, with a dedicated $2 million going towards public transit. By raising the TriMet public fare, TriMet is publicly acknowledging that you have failed the community, and more importantly, you acknowledge that your mishandlings and COVID aside, your poor planning is now the financial burden on low-income communities within the state. TriMet's number one priority should be implementing more effective policies along with programs that alleviate the financial burden on Oregon citizens with a goal of promoting greater economic mobility and social infrastructure. The findings of your own report prove that residents and employees alike disagree with this increase. So I ask of this board, should there be any other reports and data sources outside of those publicly shared, wherein a proposed increase is of value to the state, tourism, city planning reports that aren't public, that the public are not aware of, it is your ethical responsibility to this body to share those findings immediately. And I would emphasize that I've asked this question on the record. I yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Michael?
Good morning, board president and board members. My name is Michael Brosinos. Opal and the Bus Riders Union ask that you delay the proposed fare increases to make a comprehensive decision about how fare increases affects the social determinants of health for residents in the Portland metro area. We ask that TriMet make efforts to more holistically evaluate the health impacts their decisions have on customers. Access to public transportation has the ability to reduce health disparities and promote health equity by increasing access to healthier food, medical care, vital services, and employment for people who do not have equal access to fundamental daily needs. As a caretaker of seniors, I see how public transportation is critical for them to receive care. Healthcare data corroborates my experience and confirms to me how health and transportation are related. A meta-study by West Los Angeles Veteran Center and Humana found that transportation access and health outcomes are associated. In reviewing other literature, researchers found that interventions that removed barriers to non-emergency transportation are associated with fewer missed appointments. Recent literature from New Mexico suggests that inequities in public transportation access make it more difficult for people to receive primary care health services. Public transportation is also how many people I care for stay connected. U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy said that social isolation is a public health crisis. A 2020 report from the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine points out that 1/4 of adults aged 65 and older are considered to be socially isolated. Social isolation significantly increases a person's risk of premature death that rivals that of smoking, obesity, or physical inactivity. Raising fares would make it difficult for the most vulnerable to stay connected and would likely result in avoidable deaths. In the same way that physical activity and transit are related, there is an unexplored connection between social connection and transportation that needs to be quantified so that decision makers such as yourselves can make better decisions for the good of society. Many other cities around the world take holistic approaches to understanding transportation as a public health issue and a social good. Therefore, Opal urges TriMet to fully consider public health in this decision today and in future decisions. Without a fuller understanding of the impacts fare increases will have on residents, we urge you to delay the decision by voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Those individuals here with numbers 3 and 4, please come to the table and state your name.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Good morning, Board President, Dr. Lisa Simmons, and members of the Board of Directors. My name is Jonathan Cruz. Opal and Bus Riders Unite asks that you delay proposed fare increases to make comprehensive decisions about how fare increases affect the social determinants of health for residents in the Portland metro area. We ask that TriMet make efforts to more comprehensively consider the health impacts their decisions have on customers. The fare increase by Ordinance 374 is likely to affect residents beyond what they pay as they board and has other costs to health and quality of life. Raising fares also impacts our ability as advocates in transportation to promote public transit and to meet commitments we've made on environmental justice and racial equity. Published research suggests that fare increases impact crash injuries, air pollution, and chronic diseases such as cancer and heart disease. In 2014, a health impact assessment in Boston, Massachusetts, found that an increase in fares by the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority would result in a projected decrease in ridership of 30,000 to 49,000 people. Additionally, a fare increase would result in lost time as more residents sit in traffic, worse air quality, additional crashes, and ultimately avoidable deaths. Fare increases by the MBTA were not only projected to reduce ridership and reduce health outcomes, but were also projected to cost residents more in health interventions than the budget shortfall at the time. Lastly, the study estimated that an increase of 30% in fares would result in 10 avoidable deaths per year, and a fare increase of 43% would result in 15 avoidable deaths per year. The outcomes as a result of TriMet's fare increases are likely to be similar to Boston, but with lesser impacts since the proposals to increase fares are at 12%. The MBTA ultimately increased fares at a lesser amount as a result of the health impact assessment. And in public health, we call these deaths avoidable, but for decision makers who make decisions against public health advice, avoidable deaths are acceptable deaths. Therefore, we urge TriMet to conduct a health impact assessment to quantify the qualitative data that we've been sharing with you for years. We are committed to working with TriMet and other public partners to expanding transit access and institutional knowledge about TriMet's role in protecting public health. As partners in building support for public transportation, we must continually search for ways to advance our mission of protecting and promoting health by upholding environmental justice principles. A fare increase will likely impact social determinants of health by decreasing economic stability, making the built environment less safe, and degrading social and community contexts. We ask that TriMet fully consider the health impacts of this decision and proceed with an approach that is protective of health. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Good morning, board members. My name is Nina Kung. Okay. Good morning, board members. My name is C. Nina Kung. I'm here today to urge you to vote no on the fare increases that's proposed. I have given you a copy of the latest 2023 report on COVID and financial hardships in Oregon. Its online version is called Alice in the Cross Currents. Alice stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed. This report is put out by the State Research Advisory Committee, as well as many partners, including United Way of the Pacific Northwest, Idaho Nonprofit Center, Go West Foundation, the Four Family Foundation, Avista, Oregon Community Foundation, WSECU, Wafed Bank, and Kelly Jurgens Wealth Management, LLC. Based on the federal standards of poverty for a family of 4, it says that the annual total required to survive, this is the bare minimum budget to survive, is $26,500. Based on their research of Alice household survival budget, that cost is $73,380. The difference is $46,880. Also, there has been a cost of living increase based on the data from 2019 to 2021 of 15%, not just 3% based on the federal poverty standards. This means that in Oregon, based on the federal poverty standards, only 12% of Oregonians are in poverty. However, based on Alice research, another 32% of Oregonians earn above the federal poverty standards, but are not able to survive with the bare minimum budget that they configured, which accounts for housing, utilities, childcare, food, transportation, healthcare, technology, miscellaneous, and taxes before tax credits. Now, it has a breakdown by county, and for Multnomah County, that percentage, Alice population, is 46%. For Clackamas County, that percentage is 48%. For Washington County, that percentage is 41%.
See, Nina,
Okay.
thank you so much for your comments. Your time is out. Can you please quickly wrap up?
Yes, thank you. So with housing being fixed, childcare costs being fixed, food costs being pretty much fixed, technology costs being fixed, and taxes being fixed, the two items that are flexible for squeezing are food and cost for transportation. For families that rely on public transit, this substantially save the cost for that and narrow that down to an more affordable living. So then that saving can go into food and healthcare and childcare and housing and utilities, as well as technology and also emergency care.
Yeah.
So these are the things I ask you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, C. Nina.
For a copy of the online report,
We have it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
you
Thank
can
you.
find it online.
Yes.
It's a national movement, and more than
you.
20 states in the country has already done this research.
Those that hold numbers 5 and 6, please come to the table and state your name. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mallory, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of Alma, who is a mother and a member of the Latina community. She has to take her child to school today, so I'm reading on behalf of her. Sorry, let's see. I'm here to urge you against the fare increase and to look for new avenues for funding instead. It is contradictory that Metro is giving environmental justice training at the same time as this increase is being proposed, because we know that the increase will cause a decrease in use of public transportation and an increase in use of cars, which will lead to an increase in pollution and pollution-related illnesses. Working people like me will be the most affected, since the increase of food and housing costs are going up, and this public transport increase will be a hard blow to working class pockets. I've lived in Washington County for 20 years, and I know that families like me will be the most affected. Many of us do not have a driver's license, and we have a very low salary. Public transportation is our way of getting around to medical appointments, jobs, school, and recreational activities. The Latino community makes up a large portion of those who take public transportation and will be hit the hardest. Students will also be affected with the rate increase, as they are already limited to pay for their materials like books and food in order to get to school. Older people will also be highly impacted, as they are not able to drive and often do not have a connection to their community. With isolation being caused, this will be detrimental to the elder community. We know that there are other options, but we know also that you have not been able to show an effort to look into these options, and that you just want to take the easy way out. We urge you to postpone this decision, look for new revenues, and say no to a fare increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mallory.
We yield our time.
Good morning. You have probably gone many of these, but I'll continue the flow. My name is Jorge Sanchez Bautista, and I'm a student leader at McDaniel High School in Northeast Portland. I'm Mexican American, and part of the LGBT community, and hopefully a first-gen college student in the future. I want to start by saying that I have taken TriMet my whole life. The bus stop across from my home has been the bus stop that me and my mom have used since I was in kindergarten. I'm a sophomore now, becoming a junior this next school year. We used it and continue to use it to go out, go to grocery stores, doctor's appointments, get our medicine, see people, and so much more. I took TriMet to get to my elementary school, my middle school, and now high school. And just like me, hundreds of thousands depend on public transportation, just like in every major city in the world. It makes a big difference in your life when you don't have a car, a bike, or money for a car service like Uber, because we all know it's expensive, so we rely on public transportation. Your team conducted the Title VI equity analysis that was later presented to you all on March 29th. It found, and I quote, "The proposed fare increase would result in both a disparate impact on minority riders and a disproportionate burden on low-income riders." 30 cents may seem low to you all, but for everyone else in the city, it's not. In our current state as a city, state, and country, we are struggling with wars, climate change, guns, abortion, homelessness, the debt ceiling, wages, education, racial justice, and so much more. This is not something that should be added to the hundreds of problems that we as a society are facing and worrying about. People shouldn't skip school like me, cut work, or miss something to be here and tell you that you should choose people over money. And with that, you have my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. The next individuals with numbers 7 and 8, please come forward and state your names. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Lynn Handlin. I work in outer southeast Portland. I ride TriMet. The Green Line is my friend. Public transportation is important for those who ride it and for those who don't. As you are all aware, I know, our planet is heating up faster than even expected. And there's very little time left to do something about this crisis. But you all can do something. I know the last time I was here, you talked about the great new electric buses, which I am very excited about. So happy you're going that way. But those electric buses are not going to do a lot of good if people aren't on them. And if you raise fares, your own studies show that you will decrease ridership. And right now we need to increase ridership, not decrease. We can't afford to consider short-term Band-Aids of increased fares that will discourage ridership at the expense of increases in emissions that fuel the fires of the climate crisis. Your own studies are showing that the fare increases are going to decrease ridership. It's just not right. And this proposal is to increase fares is unjust. As your own studies show, you know that it's going to impact the low-income communities the worst. And you mentioned some mitigations for this, but they are woefully inadequate and don't really address the problems. Really, we should be going fareless, which is what other cities are doing, and successfully. TriMet, y'all, you have money problems. I get it. And, money problems have to be solved. You have other funding sources. Confam mentioned earlier, going to ODOT. ODOT, in their recent planning, they have all sorts of pictures with, buses prominent and cars are small. So ask them to put their money where their mouth is and fund TriMet and other public transportation more than widening freeways. The other option is increasing the TriMet tax. I have a tax and payroll business, and my clients grumble about the TriMet tax, but they grumble about the forms. If there's an increase in the rate, most of them wouldn't even notice, to be honest. I hope they're not listening to me, but there you go. Now is not the time to be increasing fares, decreasing ridership, and sorry, this is my little fuzzy here. You need to do the right thing. It's burning up the planet. It's unjust. Now is not the time to increase fares. So please don't do that, and listen to all the people that have gone before me that have spoken so well. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Deborah?
Good morning, I'm Deborah.
Oh, press the button.
Good morning, I'm Deborah Olson. I live in Gresham, right off Burnside, where there's no Burnside bus that runs up there. Last month I wrote a little letter to you, the board, that I had to hike almost a mile from the Fred Meyer's grocery store back to the Cleveland Max. I think you should have paid me for that instead of me having to pay fare. I also had to go back later that day. There was one bus that has a 4-hour lunch break. The last run is about 11 and doesn't pick up till 3. And that was between the two stores, Winco and Fred Meyer's. And I finally found the other bus way further up past Fred Meyer's and across the big main Burnside. Not good bus service at all. The Max is down quite a bit for all kinds of issues. Police activities, cars on the tracks, etc. 2, I want to point out, a friend of mine took her first ride and only ride on the FX bus last month. She didn't know how to get on the bus with the scooter, and the driver said, "Come on and just drive it." Well, as she boarded that bus, she fell off the ramp. This is an elderly lady in her 70s, and the scooter toppled over too. So there's some kind of a safety issue. This is the number 2 bus line right off of Civic and Division. And as a senior citizen who got a decent Social Security increase last year, the landlord, and I live in low-income tax credit housing, took that rent increase away and another 2.5% or 2.5% times it. Small potatoes for some, but big potatoes or no potatoes for us. And this year, the biggest Social Security that I got, GSL Property Management, raised my rent 168%. So seniors are struggling too. And let alone food, prescriptions. I almost fell over when one of my neighbors is paying over $300 for a prescription. So I'm against the fare increase. We need better bus service. And I hope that somebody gets back to this woman and tells her why she fell off. She doesn't know. She doesn't want to sue TriMet. She doesn't know what she did wrong. To the best of my knowledge, she's not hurt, she's not complaining, but she fell off the ramp getting on the max. I'm done. That's all I'm going to rant about today. No fare increase and more bus service. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Deborah. For individuals with numbers 9 and 10, please come forward and state your name.
Do we leave these here?
Is there someone else here? Jessica? So please state your full name.
Hi, Micah Paul Bryant. A month ago, we asked to honor silence, to trust that silence holds answers to the difficulties we're going through. And I'd asked in a moment that we would do that again. 3 months ago, we began a fellowship with a group of passionate people with many differences, but we agreed that over these last 3 months, we'd focus on this fare increase and a better transit system as the way to empower ourselves as servants in our community. The artist Jose Gonzalez sings to us these words: "We are the light that travels into space." The truth that we are goes all over, and I'm speaking to all. The problems begin within us, and they need all those outside of us. We have, since this last month, thought a lot about what we heard, and we're excited because whether direction the vote goes, we're knowing that there is a movement of people who are not just focused on a free transit system, but a free world. And we are knowing that we're in a room of people of love and of freedom, and that great passion to care. That is what love is. It's health desire. Working with some of the most hurt people in the city is one of the most difficult challenges. And knowing that a free transit system could benefit them, but also provide intense opportunities for resolution and reconciliation is also something we're aware of. So please keep these in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. Jessica?
Hello, my name is Jessica Elsie Haggerty, and I am a friend of just in the community, and I'm here on behalf of all of us. I want to thank you for all of you guys getting in this position. As someone who is right now, I have gone through quite a journey for slipping through the cracks of someone who is part Native American, someone who is Irish. I have had trouble getting into schooling, I also can't imagine how I can imagine how hard this job can be, and I appreciate you guys coordinating all the trains and the systems. I've been a dispatcher, I've worked with sales, I've been a care provider with the state of Oregon, mandatory reporter. I've worked in repair sales I've led to situations and jobs where I've gotten a scar on my hand where I've relied upon other systems. And one of the important things I'd like to bring up is that either that the 280 or the 560 with those are going to be broken down in dimes, and for disability access with the fingers could be difficult with carrying change. So if there could be an increase to maybe $3, or just leave how it is at 250 or maybe 275, just decrease it by 5 cents so it's easier holding change. And for that, I also, as someone who wants to be a part of the community of Oregon for a long time, I imagine it can't be easy to own a house or pay for the services. So one day I hope taxes could pay for a free TriMet system, but until then, there needs to be some sort of middle ground. And having say that, there is just an opportunity where we can come together and forge. Everyone said it, but just trying to find. Revamping, so it's dangerous. So I've been on TV Highway because the new job, there's not a lot of safe places to stay and wait for buses. So if there was more communication, if there is the increase, there will be services that help. And then on top of that, just to make sure that everyone has access to the resources so their day is not they're not struggling for that extra few dimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. For the two individuals on numbers 11 and 12, please come forward.
My name is Diane Meisenhelder. During March and April, you heard testimony from large numbers of people opposing the fare increase, which will result in decreased ridership, increased traffic congestion, increased air pollution, and hasten climate chaos. Your studies and their testimony spoke to the huge equity and climate justice issues underlying today's decision. A fare increase will pose hardship for many low-income, working poor, elderly, and disabled riders. My partner, who uses transit daily for work, noted how illogical it is to keep passes at the same rate while charging more for those who barely scrape by and can't afford an annual or monthly pass up front. In talking at bus stops with folks who had no idea that fares could increase by 12%, I was heartbroken to see the anger and frustration folks had hearing the news for the first time, then immediately watching that energy turn to hopelessness and despair. Try it yourselves, going out and honestly talking to lower income working constituents on their way home at any of the East Side hubs. For the TriMet board, this is really not an agency fiscal responsibility issue because multiple proposals have been put forward for alternative funding sources that have not been fully explored, and fares are not a long-term reliable funding source as we've seen in the recent past. Nor should you vote out of fear of the clients you serve. We were shocked last month to see the expensive security levels surrounding the meeting, but even more so to walk towards the bathroom and see a whole group of various branches of law enforcement in the wings when folks were merely providing testimony and expressing their First Amendment rights. In place of fear, TriMet should provide strong leadership for compassionate, equitable solutions to address mental health and houselessness issues in a collaborative and positive way with other local and state leaders. These are critical times, both in terms of democracy and equity, but also in which we need to cut emissions in this critical next 7 years in half. There's no way that's going to happen unless we have courageous public leaders who are willing to take the steps necessary to secure our futures from unthinkable consequences if we fail to heed climate science and refuse to act for both climate and justice. We urge you to vote against this fare increase today as cities around the world and the country are moving towards fareless systems. The time is now. The public has been clear, and you have the power to move in a better direction. You must show the courage and do the right thing. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane, for your comments. Kristen?
Good morning, board members. My name is Kristen Sartor, and I live in Mr. Keith Edwards District. As a transit-dependent person, I am on the bus a lot, and most days I see people who can't afford the fare. It happened literally on the way here. I saw a man get on the bus, and he told the driver, "I'm just going a few stops. I don't have any money," and the driver let him on. I don't know what will happen for the rest of his day. I see people all the time stressed about their 2.5-hour pass running out, checking their phones, checking their watches, not feeling like they can pay a whole day pass. I see people paying in quarters, paying in dimes, just being let on the bus, then in fear of the TriMet security officers giving them a ticket, which they also can't pay. So there are people who already cannot pay their fare right now. And everyone needs access to transportation, no matter how much money we have or we don't have. People have to go to school, they have to go to work, they have to get groceries, they have to go to healthcare appointments. These things are not negotiable. I understand that in the minds of the board and that it seems like raising fares by a few cents probably just feels reasonable. It just feels logical. Everything else is going up in cost. But that's the thing. Everything else is going up in cost, and the people are really going to be hurt by this. There are single parents out there fighting for raises and only being able to get a 50-cent increase, if anything. There are families that are already struggling to literally keep their utility lights on, eating beans and rice every night because they don't have enough money to pay for balanced meals. All of these cost increases disproportionately hurt poor people, and I know you guys don't have the power to address all of this, but you do have the power to influence the fare. You guys have an opportunity right now to say no to yet another economic attack on low-income people. Instead of squeezing more money out of people who don't have it, you can, as many have said before me, including Representative Van Pham, you can look seriously at other ways to generate revenue for our transit system. Yes, this is maybe the simplest way, but there are much, much better, sustainable, long-term ways to increase revenue for the very important TriMet system. You could raise the business payroll tax on the highest earners, for example. Regarding the mitigations, these are only effective if the most marginalized and struggling people know they exist and how to benefit from them. As of right now, we know that's simply not the case. For example, a HOP card that caps out at a certain dollar amount a month doesn't help people who don't have a HOP card or understand why a HOP card would be different than other methods of payment. Please vote no on the May proposal. Don't increase our fares. Fund fareless transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, for your comments. The two individuals with numbers 13 and 14, please come forward. And please introduce yourself.
We are both 14, so we don't know where 13 is.
You don't know where 13 is? I think. Oh. Here, welcome.
Hi. Okay, where's the green? There's the green light. Cool. Hi.
Good morning. Please state your name.
So my name is Bard Folk, and I just wanted to chat for a sec, because a lot of people are using college words to convince you to not do this to us. But I use the bus because I may not look like it, but I'm disabled. I had a hard time writing this morning because my hands shake. And my partner, Elsie, talked about the dimes thing. And that was brought up because after the last board meeting, I literally dropped my change into the rail and I can't get it out, and that's scary. And I can't hold dimes. It's a ridiculous, I know you did math, but you didn't think all the way through to the human problems. And that's the issue that we're trying to get to. I just want to paint a picture, because this has happened to me, even though we have quarters. We talked about how the buses let folks on because you don't want to strand people in the middle of nowhere. on the 57 line out by Sunset Esplanade, the, what's it called, eastbound line, there's not really a way to get a wheelchair over there at all. There's not a sidewalk. It's a stick by the road with no light and no pavement. And I have been stuck with my cane in the rain behind my friends with wheelchairs and power scooters and things as they also drop their stuff because it's hard to be disabled. And it takes forever, and then everyone is late. And it's not our fault because there are hop passes on the streetcars. There's the tap thing is on the streetcar, right? If you miss the bus, if you miss the max, you can get on there and actually swipe it. There's not a way to get on the bus in time and not make everybody else late and not fumble through everything. The best way for me to be able to get onto the bus and get there in time is to not have to worry about that. And I know the hop pass is supposed to make it better, but it's $3. You have to hunt down how to get it. You can only physically refill it at certain places like downtown, which should be easy to get to, but it's not for everybody. Even though TriMet and the city back in the day restructured the entire waterfront to stop being a freeway, and now we have the waterfront Tom McCall Park. And the middle of town didn't used to be the Portland Living Room. We didn't have the plaza that we have now, and we made those changes, and everybody benefits from them. The honored citizen stuff, the right to care stuff, it's a Band-Aid. And as somebody who needs more than Band-Aids, I ask you to listen to other folks and not raise fares at the very least. And make it.
Thank you, Bart.
So.
Thank you.
Good morning, President and board members. My name is Bongani Ikaning. I'm with my colleague Odette. We are students at Portland State University, and we are international students. We've been following the conversations on fare increase, and we thought of a way that we could contribute to the conversations. Okay. So we are here to present findings on the survey that we took from the Portland State University international students.
Thank you.
Yes, we conduct a survey of 900 international students at PSU, and nearly 10% of the respondents, that's what we'll be presenting to you today. And we found that 38% respondents are financially supported by their families, 25% receive scholarship, while 20% have a bank loan from their country. So my colleague will carry on with our findings.
Thank you, Bongani. Yeah, so like Bongani said, that we conducted a survey of international students and we got 90 responses. And I checked with my professor who teaches data analysis, and he says that's a fair representation because we sent it through email to everyone. So we believe that the numbers that we see here, and we've shared the report with you, are a good representation of a lot of students at PSU who have come from outside the US. So there's a bunch of graphs just to show you that, you know, like the kind of questions we asked. So I won't go too much into those, but what I want to show you is that some of the questions that we asked around expenditure. And first of all, it was interesting that when we asked them how they pay for transit, 35% said hop card, 29% said they used the honored citizens card, but then 21% said they use cash. So we believe that there's like a lack of outreach by TriMet and by our university to make the students aware about the options they have. And this is also reflected on the third page. In the question of, are international students aware about fare increase proposal? And 81% said they're not. So we believe that it is curious that you would consider increasing the fare if 80% of the students at the university are not aware of it. And when we asked them how they would feel about the fare increase, 60% of them said that their expenses would go up or they might have to use TriMet less, which I don't think is the goal of this. Finally, on the last page, I have some testimonies from students when we asked them how they would feel about the Honored Citizens program, being able to use it. And they said things like, that would serve me 3 more meals a week, or I can have more decent food, or I can buy more stationery for my education. And someone said, I would use TriMet more, and I think that should be the goal. And this was in response to the question of how they would feel about having access to an Honored Citizens card. I feel like everyone who wants to use transit or does use transit here is an honored citizen. I don't know why there's a distinction. So if that's how they feel about reducing fares, that they can purchase more meals, it doesn't make sense to me that you would want to increase fares, Yeah.
Yes, I think we are. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your information. Individuals with numbers 15 and 16, please come forward and introduce yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
My name is Thomas Craig. I've lived in the TriMet district for all my 37 years, 32 of those years, thankfully, within a short walk of the 75 bus line. I'm here today to urge you to vote against Ordinance 374, the fare increase. You are in positions of leadership. Each of you, honorable directors of the TriMet board, have been honored and burdened with a great position of leadership in our community. That honor has been given to you at a time of great consequence, not only for the organization you lead, but for our region and the world. We all know this and pretend to believe it when we talk about the need for sustainability and equity and the role that transit plays in fostering both. The subtext of that belief, if we're honest with ourselves, is the fact that the state of public transit in this region and in our country as a whole is not acceptable. It is not the only thing wrong, clearly, but we, all of us together, use our cars too much, and it is killing us and those around us. The opportunity for public transit to provide sustainability and equity is an opportunity that we, again, all of us together, are failing to take advantage of. We are in a bad situation, and we need our leaders to help us change. Ordinance 374 is a proposal to maintain the status quo. This fare increase helps TriMet stay the course. The wrong course we're headed on right now towards transit being understood as only for poor people, too inconvenient for people who have the wealth to choose otherwise. $5 million per year is a drop in the operational bucket. We don't need to drop a bit more money into that bucket. We need our leaders to accept that we need a bigger, better bucket. We need our leaders to spend their time working with their community to change this system instead of fighting with their community to maintain a broken system. You have a power that many of us don't. You can speak and have people listen. You can argue for your real needs and have them respected. With the help of other leaders, you can make real a metro region where everyone wants to take transit because it is just so damn convenient and accessible and awesome that only a total dweeb would drive their car. You can start that today by saying no to keeping TriMet on life support and instead starting a new conversation about making TriMet the backbone of our regional mobility system like it is meant to be. Vote to lead us forward. Vote no on Ordinance 374. And then tomorrow, vote with the voice you've been given in every venue you can to find the new long-term, multi-billion-dollar operational, and because I have 30 seconds, I'm going to say that word again, operational investments we need to accomplish the goals we all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for your comments.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Ajay Mechi, and I'm in District 5. Hello, Mr. Edwards. I'm the Reimagining Community Safety Manager for Unite Oregon, and as someone who depends on public transit to commute and perform daily activities, I'm disheartened that members of this board who are not themselves transit dependent are considering a fare increase which has a disproportionate impact on low-income communities, communities of color, and the environment. While the fare increase may appear to be a small matter, the ramifications are far-reaching, as many have already said. As inflation balloons out of control, more and more people in our community face financial challenges, and increasing the cost of public transit would only exacerbate this financial burden. Just 2 days ago, Mayor Wheeler had this to say: although individual rate increases may seem minor, the collective impact of fare increases by multiple regional, public, and private agencies results in financial hardship for many Portlanders. This fare increase would particularly impact low-income Portlanders and deter people from using our region's public transportation system. And this issue extends beyond matters of economic justice. It is a matter of racial equity, as individuals like myself from communities of color are more likely to depend on public transit as their primary mode of transportation. The bus is pretty much the only public space in Portland that I regularly experience as majority Black. And I know that claims have been made that discounts will be available for low-income individuals and families, and to that I respond that the poor are not circus animals. We shouldn't have to jump through hoops on your command to access basic services and needs. And you may not know this, but it can be a cumbersome process to access discount programs, which often require filling out confusing paperwork, traveling across town to a benefits office, and waiting in long lines. And these requirements are especially challenging for those who speak other languages, those who already have limited access to transportation, and those who are time poor due to having to work long hours or juggle multiple jobs. For some individuals, the time spent trying to obtain discount fare passes can mean the difference between working a shift or spending time with their families. Public transit is a public benefit, and it should be available without the need to sort through mounds of red tape. Moreover, increasing fares will have a negative impact on the environment. We all know that transportation is one of the biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions, and TriMet needs to be doing everything in their power to encourage more people to take public transportation, not less. By making it more expensive to ride the bus or train, you're discouraging people from using this eco-friendly model of transportation. I urge the board to consider the broader social implications of this decision and work towards creating a more just and equitable transit system that prioritizes the needs of the most vulnerable members of the community. To promote racial equity and social justice, we must acknowledge the ways in which poverty and economic hardship intersect with race and ethnicity and work towards building a transit system that addresses these intersection factors. Instead of raising fares, you must explore alternatives that move away from punitive measures such as fare enforcement and make fares accessible to all. It would boggles the mind that you would stake your political integrity on such an inequitable ordinance, because is this how you want to be remembered? As the people who made life more difficult for those who are already suffering in a difficult time? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Individuals with numbers 17 and 18, please come forward. And introduce yourself, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, good morning, TriMet Board of Directors. The 3 counties that TriMet serves...
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Amber Cook.
Thank you, Amber.
That. Thank you. You've said that twice. I'm sorry. The 3 counties that TriMet serves, the City of Portland, the State of Oregon, the federal government, and Metro, are all in agreement about at least, these 2 things. People of color and other people who have been long-term and systematically damaged by oppression and poverty shouldn't be damaged any longer. And climate change needs to be reversed by things like cutting carbon emission, reducing pollution, and moving quickly away from the use of fossil fuels, which here means more people using public transportation. So, for example, the Portland City Council declaring a climate emergency and setting up a We Must Act Now work plan, to restore a safe climate for all Portlanders, centering the needs and priorities of Black and Indigenous communities, people experiencing low income, who are most at risk and vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And as you know, yesterday our mayor publicly asked you to vote no and to seek alternate solutions, just like we all are. Do you want to be part of restoring environmental justice, or are you still on the side of damaging those already damaged the most? Are you going to be part of reversing racism and climate change? What will your legacy be, you know, right now, the board of directors here for TriMet? Like, we took the easy way out. We just elected to charge more for bus tickets because we couldn't think of anything else to do and try. Hey, we don't mind our fellow Oregonians becoming unable to afford the bus and therefore unable to get to work and are forcing more Portlanders and Greshamites, etc., to become homeless. We're okay with making it so that less people can ride public transport, so services will have to be further reduced and more people will have to drive, so pollution and traffic continues to go up, 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 and health and quality of life continues to go down, down, down. Or are you going to do something smart, innovative, and beneficial for all those that you serve? All those government bodies are watching you. Will you contribute to the future or play the same old lame game? Increase the cost so that only the more affluent and privileged can afford to use it. As far as we can see, Metro's coming for you to make TriMet run by the people it serves. So if you vote to raise fares today, we will work until this justice is reversed and the board is restructured to be filled with people who will make the effort to make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber, for your comments. Judy?
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sadie Atwell. I am a city worker through Portland Parks and Recreation. I've lived in Portland for over 20 years and spent majority of my life being transit dependent. I do not agree with TriMet's decision to increase fares and hope to push the city to become fareless. Even though most fares have not been increased since 2012, and the rates may not feel drastic to you all, this still will take from the most impacted population of the community members who are transit dependent. I am also unsure how often you depend on the transit system, if at all. Households can save on average $10,000 annually by taking public transit. Owning a car costs between $6,000 to $12,000 a year. If we keep fares affordable, more people have access to the transportation they need. If we make it fareless, they have increased access to more sustainable living. People can work on more accessibility in neighborhoods that do not have safe transit services, like Southeast, near Montevilla community, as well as Powell Division, etc. Efficient, safe, and affordable and accessible transportation systems not only promote economic productivity and create jobs, but can increase access to employment, recreation, and other essential lifelong opportunities, improving their living conditions and escaping poverty. Fareless transit opens up more economic opportunities and allow low-income households to spend more of their income on other necessities such as food, housing, and healthcare. Fareless transit also benefits low-income youth and students by giving them more options for transportation and letting them more easily access school and jobs. Public transportation funding can come from more sources now than in the past, such as sales taxes, general revenue, development fees, and additional funds from the federal government. Cutting high-paying positions and filtering funds into more sustainable jobs, especially for people who are in the community, benefiting transit-dependent members, as well as the growing cost of operation our transit system. Fareless transit can also benefit transit agencies by cutting down on operational costs, such as eliminating the need for fare collection equipment and technology. By streamlining the boarding process, by allowing faster boarding and reducing the chance of confrontations between riders and operators, which easily results in needing law enforcement, which we need to get away from. Bus Riders Unite will continue to fight and advocate for equitable and environmentally sustainable public transportation, regardless of the decisions made. This effort will continue. This movement will not stop. When it is affordable, efficient, and accessible, the livelihood of people increase. Those are the only increases we should be looking forward to in our society. The Portland Metro community is looking for change. Let's continue to increase ridership. Bus Riders Unite understands that convenient mass transit is a human right. I ask the board members, do you? Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. The individual that has number 19, and I want you to know we're going to take a 15-minute break following that individual's comments. Hannah, please introduce yourself.
My name's Hannah Dressa. Board Director Lisa Simmons and members of the TriMet board, Opal and Bus Riders Unite are asking TriMet to, at the very least, delay fare increases due to lack of information on its effects of public health. There's been no health impact assessment in evaluating this decision. The gravity of this oversight cannot be overstated as it jeopardizes critical access to educational resources and the well-being of our community. Increasing fares will likely decrease transportation access for college students who receive educational services. In 2020, 67% of students reported living within community distance of Portland State University. In 2022, PSU surveyed students and found that 41% of the student body uses public transportation to get to school. And we just had those two lovely international students from PSU kind of just detailing the survey work that they were doing, noticing like the public transportation that the students are taking there. So that's kind of the work that I was hoping that you guys would be doing. Research consistently highlights the interconnection between education and health outcomes. Working to make ends meet can affect academic performance and mental health of students, leading them to drop out. Students who drop out are less likely to return and finish their education, which is an important determinant of health and wealth throughout their lives. While PSU and other colleges offer mental health services, these are health interventions that can be prevented by maintaining a stable quality of life for students. TriMet plays a critical role in keeping students in school and should not cause further stress on students by increasing fares. As critical stakeholders in this decision, students were not critical stakeholders engaged in public outreach, with the majority of those surveyed being middle-aged adults. Looking into how transit and fare increases impact students would be critical to making strong regional connections between health, education, and transportation. For example, a health impact assessment of providing free transit passes to students in Los Angeles County revealed multiple potential benefits. They took a comprehensive approach that considered the connectedness of transportation to education and health. The assessment identified providing free transit passes could significantly increase school attendance by removing barriers to regular attendance. Also, the assessment highlighted the potential to decrease contact between students and the juvenile justice system by reducing fare evasion citations. So basically, the assessment spells out that there would be so many advantages to providing free transit for all students. We're talking about boosting school attendance, keeping kids out of trouble, and creating healthier families and communities. That's like a lot of impact right there. And I just want to know that you guys have done the research to like consider the flip side of that, like analytically, the negative consequences that this fare increase could unleash. So I just strongly urge you to like examine those downsides, because if you claim to be a public resource, then you better show me that you've done your homework on the potential repercussions that this could have on the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for your comments so far this morning, and we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will be back not quite at 10:30, and we will resume with the individuals who've signed up to testify virtually. Thank you. Hello? No, it's, yeah. Hello?
They must have great cured meat. They must have delicious cured meat.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Hello, we're going to reconvene. Hello, we're ready to reconvene. Thank you. We're now going to move to the testimony from those who have signed up virtually.
He'll be back. He had
Oh.
an emergency.
Okay. We've lost one of our board members for just a moment. We'll give him a minute to come back, and then we will reconvene.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Just wait, keep occupied.
Individual who signed up to speak virtually this morning, and it's Mercedes. Mercedes, welcome.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Elizalde, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at Latino Network. I'm also a transit writer. I do not own a car. TriMet is my primary mode of transportation for both work and leisure, as it is for many members of my community. At Latino Network, we oppose the fare increase. This is the wrong direction for public transportation policy. Community feedback collected by TriMet has said no. The TriMet advisory committees have said no. We are all asking you to vote no. TriMet has successfully avoided more financial burden on riders for more than a decade. This isn't a problem to solve. This is a success story to live up to. TriMet should strive to increase access, limit dependency on single occupancy vehicles, decrease congestion and pollution. Creating more burden for riders is not a stop on the route to success. Little bus pun for you. You don't need me to tell you about the disproportionate impact this will have. You know this. All of your data says it. Communities of color have been told that the burden is on us to show disparate impact if we want decision makers to take our community needs seriously. I'm continuously worried that data will be used to justify decisions when it's convenient and ignored when it's inconvenient. You have the information. Will you push this through despite it all? I want you to have money to do great things. I want bus shelters and well-paid drivers and more places to reload my hop card and efficiency energy buses and all the good stuff that come with a healthy budget. And I need you to be my advocate to get that done. I need you to be the leader and the voice to demand that the other institutions and government agencies that are associated in our community are also contributing to this goal. You are partnering with institutions that manage hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, but instead you're sending us to go searching for dimes to plug holes in the budget. Please vote no on the fare increase and seek other financial solutions. We know that you are capable of this. We know that we have shared values on increasing ridership. We value our public transportation. And we ask you to be a partner with the community instead of having us here begging you to not make this decision. We would love to build things together, have plans that we can support together, where we can come and ask you that, yes, we want you to do something. Please be a partner with our community. Please vote no on the fare increase. And please engage in longer-term financial planning solutions that do not put the burden on riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercedes. Next, we have Demetria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
My name is Demetria Hester, and I am a survivor of the Max attack in 2017 with Jeremy Christian. You sit here and listen to all of us. Tomorrow marks the 6th-year anniversary of that attack, which is also George Floyd's death. Friday is the 6th-year anniversary of the stabbing and killing of the 2 individuals and the 1 person who survived. We're living survivors that still have to take transportation that's unsafe, that did not protect us. And right now, the family is having a case to sue TriMet, and y'all are trying to brush it under the rug, just like everything else the mayor and TriMet tries to do. Just like this proposal for a hike in rates. All of these things are systematic, corrupt, and do this intentionally and then tell us it's our fault. You do. This is what the mayor does. Every budget hearing, any hearing that goes on, you do the same thing. You have the community to increase taxes, not to have shelters built to be concentration camps, but you go ahead anyway because the money is going in your pockets. You're lining your pockets with the money and you're leaving everyone else to die. You know that this proposal isn't right. Listen to everyone that came before me. You know that this is not going to benefit anyone but the people who want to pass this. It's the mayor and you guys. But the public has spoken. I'm speaking to the public right now. What will you do when they do not do what they're supposed to do like they have done? Are you going to resist and fight back so that we as people can unite and have a system that's not corrupt, that don't want to oppress us? Who's being oppressed here? The poverty stricken, the African indigenous students, everyone that's opposing to this. But what will the white supremacist attitude be? You're going to pass what you want to pass so that you can benefit from it and so that we can all lose and you win. But we, the community, is going to demand that we get what we want and what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Demetria. Sam Butler. Welcome, Sam.
Hello?
Hello. Yes, hi, Sam.
Okay. Hello, members of the TriMet board. My name is Sam Butler. I am a student at Portland State University. Like many others today, I would like to testify in opposition to the proposed fare increase. According to TriMet's own preliminary report, the proposed increase would disproportionately affect minority and low-income riders, even with the processes for discount programs. It is understandable to seek ways to combat inflation and address operating costs, but TriMet must find ways of doing this that do not further attack the poor and disadvantaged of the city who are already struggling with scarcity of affordable housing, inflation, and lost wealth after COVID-19. Additionally, it makes no sense to discourage ridership on public transportation when we should be encouraging ridership in order to help both this city and this planet. On a personal note, as a student at Portland State University, the affordable fares on TriMet services are one of the main things that allows me to live in the city without owning a car and contributes greatly to making college somewhat affordable and convenient for me here in Portland. I know many other students that feel the same way. The proposed fare increase would hurt this affordability and convenience and hurt many of the students living in this city. Once again, I would like to state my opposition to the proposed fare increase and encourage all of the board members present to vote against the proposed fare hike. You have a very difficult job, but this is not an excuse for aligning yourself against students, people of color, the poor, and working people who are often all one and the same. As other people have very eloquently stated, created today, have courage, listen to your constituents today, and consider a move towards fareless transit as other cities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for your comments. Deanna Johnson?
Yes, hi, this is Deanna Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I have been an avid TriMet rider for my entire life. I do not own a car as well. I live in Washington County, and I just want the board members to know that with this fare increase, TriMet, riding the MAX train is not exactly a luxury. Riding TriMet is like the last ditch effort. If I can't get a ride, if I can't afford an Uber, that's a luxury. TriMet is the last ditch effort. Am I walking 3 blocks to the MAX stop at 10:30 at night? I'm doing it because that's my only option to get back home or get to where I need to go. I hope that the board member consider that even when you get on TriMet, it's not 100% safe. It's not a luxury. You're sitting next to, unfortunately, questionable people. You're clutching your backpack. I make sure I have my mace. And I know that you guys want to have this fare increase, but keep in mind that if I'm sitting on the MAX, it's because I have no other last effort to get around. So just kind of keep that in mind, that people that actually use it on a daily basis, you know, we don't have the luxury of saying, hey, I'm going to drive myself. Hey, I'm going to get a ride. Hey, I'm going to take an Uber. This is my last ditch effort if I don't want to walk at 11 o'clock at night to get home. And just want to say that I definitely oppose the fare increase as well. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna, for your comments. I want to check before we move on. Has anyone else logged in? No. There are 6 individuals who signed up to testify virtually who are not logged in, so we will move forward and close the public forum and open it up for the business meeting, which we start with board reports. And I want to first invite Director Edwards to provide an update from the latest meeting on the Committee on Accessible Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I was not able to attend the meeting, but I do have minutes thanks to staff. They had nominations. CAT had recently had their nominations. Jan Campbell, Dave Daly, Patricia Kepler, Chris Migger, A.J. Earl, and Trey Madden are the new officers. Re-elected were the CAT chair, Jan Campbell, as well as Patricia Kepler. We had staff updates that were reported by Eileen Collins, and the June CAT meeting is going to be an annual luncheon, and they'll need RSVPs, of course, for those that are planning on attending. Hopefully we'll have Lori attend as well if she's able. The other update is about the U-Serve, which is being used for Lyft services. They have been brought on board, and there's going to be a campaign that's going to be giving information out and make sure that everyone is informed and knows how to engage and use the U-Serve to better the service for Lyft that needs some improvement. There are also comments that were made about the introduction of U-Serve and them being a service partner. And the questions were concerned about the training requirements that are required for them to be able to be used by TriMet, and the vetting process as well, and the service district boundaries that were going to be used. The committee also had some concerns about the reliability of the elevator service throughout the district, and we've been talking about that for several months, but there is a pilot program that's going to be using some different methods on try to improve the elevator service and make sure the elevators are accessible and usable by those that need that service. There's been some challenges with vandalism. There's challenges with homeless folks, and just a lot of challenges that go along with that, but we're working on it and trying to get that addressed. There was also a report given regarding the budget and how that's going to impact those that have accessibility issues as well, and where the monies from the budget are going to be coming to help those that have accessibility issues. And there was a very good report that we received, and the CAT was pleased with that report and pleased with the budget. That pretty much completes my report. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Edwards. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Hearing none, I will move on now to the next update is from Director Kim on the Metro Policy Advisory Committee.
Thank you, President Simmons. Well, first of all, I echo your sentiment about thanking all of our attendees today, making personal sacrifices to come out here. For the MPEC summary of the April 26th meeting, at the meeting, Metro provided an update on their 2040 Planning and Development Grants Program and highlighted their 2020 program grantees. During this grant cycle, the program will provide financial support to help cities and counties do the work to support planning efforts to get land ready for development in the Metro region. Metro also provided an update on the Regional Transportation Plan draft project list and a preliminary analysis of how that draft list impacts regional goals regarding mobility, equity, climate, safety, and the economy. TriMet's proposed projects are included in that list. Initial analysis of these investments show that the draft project list makes progress towards regional goals with further analysis and public engagement opportunities to come. MPAC meets again tonight to further discuss the results of the RTP project list assessment, as well as an update on the Oregon housing needs analysis and the high capacity transit draft strategy report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim. Does anyone have any questions on the Metro Policy Advisory? Seeing none, I now move on for our next report this morning with Director Way, who will provide an update on the Transit Advisory, Equity Advisory Committee. Director Way?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, board. So I have the honor of reading through some of the highlights and the key points from the May TIAC committee. So a lot of this is going to overlap with some of the presentation received by Director Edwards' CAT committee. So the first is TriMet staff provided an overview of the budget. This outlines the budget's various revenue sources at the local level, and then also moving on to cost allocations, restrictive versus unrestricted funds. And staff noted that TriMet is the most prominent transit entity in the region with a contingency of 3%. There was a lot of exchange and questions from our TIAC members. They were very eager to ask questions around the budget, ranging from how does the current fare increase proposal help TriMet, as well as performance and budget measures that TriMet and TIAC tracks as it relates to equity, and then also how often does TriMet review its revenue sources capabilities. Overall, the general sentiment of the group is that they just needed more of an in-depth discussion to really learn about all of the different components of the budget, allocations, and really just again directly weigh in more on how the budget process begins and how that community engagement will look like year to year. And then there's also a presentation about the Hollywood Elevator Access Pilot Project that Director Edwards mentioned in his committee. Again, this is a pilot to really get some community feedback around what is the strategy for improving elevator reliability. And so TIAC members did note that they did express some concerns over lack of access to hop cards. So the current proposal around the elevator is that only those with hop cards would be allowed to use the elevator, but there was just some questions around that particular piece, as well as the security presence that is currently in that area. TriMet does not have the personnel to staff the station during max operation hours, which is why the security staff is assisting with this pilot. And then members asked what kind of data is being looked at, just again around the interactions between folks who use the Hollywood Transit Center and then the particular elevators. And then last but not least, but also very important as it relates to the fare increase, there was an option to do a vote on the proposed fare increase with TIAC members. There was not a quorum to do a formal vote. However, there was a straw poll that was done to gather TIAC members' thoughts either in favor or opposition of the proposed fare increase. And the result of that is that the majority of TIAC members in attendance were in opposition to the proposed fare increase. There were 2 members that abstained. TIAC, one of the more active TIAC members, Opal Bus Riders Unite, also submitted a draft letter with their concerns around the proposed fare increase. And I just want to also read into the record that these were the organizations present at the meeting that voted against the fare increase. And some of these organizations were, you heard from earlier, Latino Network, the Immigrant and Refugee Community Organization, Mount Hood Community College, Portland State University, Clackamas Community College, Portland Community College, our very own Committee on Accessible Transit, and then obviously Bus Riders Unite and Opal. So these were the organizations that were in opposition to the fare increase that were present at the TIAC board meeting.
That concludes your report.
Yes, thank you. That concludes my report, and
thank you.
Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Director Way. Any comments or? Okay, thank you so much. Our final, excuse me, our final committee report this morning comes to us from Vice President Irish Bauman, who's going to update us on the Finance and Audit Committee. Director Bauman.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Still is morning. The Finance and Audit Committee met this morning before the board meeting, and there are 3 items that I'd like to report on. The first is that it is audit season, and we received a report from the audit team at Eide Bailly, our auditor in their 2nd year working with the agency. They met with us to communicate the standards that the auditor must meet, and that's specifically to ensure that the financial condition of the agency is fairly stated in its financial reports. The audit has 3 phases. We're just in the first phase, and the final audit report will be released in November. The second item on the agenda was Shelley Devine presented regarding the defined benefits plans that TriMet has. There are 2 of those plans, and the staff is developing a new approach for funding those plans, and the board will be hearing more about that in the future. We just received a kind of a preliminary report on some of those efforts to keep those plans in good financial shape. And finally, we heard from Nancy Young Oliver about the budget, this year's the budget coming up for this year, which the board will vote on later in this meeting. There has been some fine-tuning between the proposed and adopted budgets, and so we heard details on that. But I want to thank and congratulate the budget team for all the good work that they've done preparing the budget this year as we plan to vote today. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you, Director Bauman. Thank you, Director Bauman. Anyone have any questions? Seeing none, I'm now going to move to the General Manager for his monthly report. General Manager Dessou.
Thanks, President Simmons. Good morning, boards, staff, public. Thank you for being here. Also, our friends from CTRAN, CEO Sean Donahue, for being here with us this morning. This morning, I'm going to share timely information with you on our April ridership numbers. We'll update our plans with Forward Together service plan, provide details on our summer pass program, and also explain more about this pilot that's being talked about aimed at helping to improve the reliability of the elevators on our transit system. So let's start with ridership. So for the month of April, TriMet provided 4.8 million trips in April. A system-wide weekly ridership update that we were up 15% over this time last year, which sits about 62% of where we were pre-pandemic. Our ridership for April was impacted by a 3-week-long disruption to both the blue, green, and red MAX lines for extensive work on a Better Red project. During these shutdowns, we completed not only work that will improve our red line, but also a number of other projects in the area that was closed. This included replacing wooden ties and sections of trike dated back to the opening of Max. And just for your information, that was September 1986 that we were replacing ties. The work was completed on time and will increase reliability, keeping our trains and our customers moving. Now for an update on Forward Together, our revised concept service plan, focusing on improving ridership. I want to say this again, focusing on improving ridership and improving connections to destinations. Our budget for the upcoming year includes our first big package of transit improvements to come out of the Forward Together plan. As you remember, our community helped us really shape this plan and the future of our bus service. There's a hint of what's to come in May service change when we take more than 10 miles of the Line 17 to frequent service, and I'll talk about that in a moment. 5 more frequent service bus lines are planned for the upcoming year. So frequent service buses arrive every 15 minutes or less, most of the day, every day. And as we can see support for frequent service lines in our ridership. So let's take April for example. In April, nearly 68% of all bus rides were taken on our lines with frequent service. And the ridership on frequent service lines has returned to about 80% of pre-pandemic levels. So Tom Mills is here. He's going to talk with us about what's taking place. Tom?
Thank you, Sam. And thank you, President Simmons and TriMet Board. I appreciate you having me today. Sam really stole some of my thunder here. I've spoken to you a few times about Forward Together as well as my staff, and we just want to circle back as you look to approve the budget and what's going to happen this year and ensuing years. So as Sam mentioned, with the passage of the upcoming budget, there is a big batch of Forward Together service improvements that we have in there, and that includes the 6 frequent service upgrades that Sam had mentioned, service restorations back to their 2019 level, more weekend service, and I think that's really an untapped market that we've never really tapped into, and there's a real opportunity to get some new ridership there. So I'm very excited about that, as well as service to new and growing areas. Altogether, this will be about a 7 percentage point increase. We would love to be able to restore all the way back to our pre-pandemic levels, but we still are digging our ways out of the bus operator shortage, but we are on the right trajectory and on our way there. And this is just the beginning. My staff is already planning or putting together the proposal for the FY25 service increase that we will bring to the public in the fall. Next slide. So once we build out Forward Together, which we think will probably take 3 to 4 years, I'm hoping, there's some real big results that we think we're going to come out of this. It'll be about 38% more service than what we have today. And as a result, more than 45% of jobs will be reachable by the median resident. More than 50% of people and jobs will be near frequent service. 50,000 more residents near any kind of service. New routes serving areas in all 3 counties. And lastly, getting back to that weekend service, 100,000 people will be near. When we say near, we mean within walking distance, about a quarter of a mile of service on the weekends. So there's a big market out there for us to serve, and we're really looking forward to getting the service out there to them. And the next slide, please. So this year, it's not just Forward Together 1.0, as I like to say. We are also looking at Forward Together 2.0. So 1.0 was really focused on restoring service and doing it in a way that responds to the way the market has changed. But Forward Together 2.0 is about 2 things. One, it's about restoring max service, because that's not included in the 1.0. Max service is still operating at lower levels, but also about growth, both MAX and bus service growth. Now, when I talk about MAX service growth, I'm not necessarily talking about new lines, but I'm talking about growth having the existing lines run more frequently. And again, bus service growth. That could be new lines, that could be new frequencies, later at night, early in the morning, et cetera. So we're excited to start building that plan as well. And the next slide, and this is my final slide. I would be remiss if I didn't, give a shout out to the major projects team and the work that they're doing on future FX lines, and my team, the service planning team, will be partnering with them. Right now, we're working on some plans for 82nd Avenue and TV Highway, but even more importantly, the major projects team will be leading up a BRT plan so that we can determine where the future FX lines will be. And that'll be my last slide.
Tom, thank you. There, I'll go ahead and move to the next item. So summer will be here in just a matter of weeks, and to TriMet, that means that it's time for our high school Access Transit Summer Pass program. I'm bringing up here Lonnie. Lonnie Nielsen is our Director of Marketing and Business Development. And I want to say to Lonnie, I know that your team has been working really hard at getting our free summer passes, and I want to say that again, free summer passes distributed so that they're available to students before the school year ends. So I'll let you make your presentation.
Great, thank you, Sam. Good morning, board. Good morning, President Simmons. We can move, well, actually, we're to the right slide that I needed to be on. So what I'd like to do today is just review how we got to this FAIR program, the Summer Pass program, go over some results and the outreach that we did for 2022, lessons learned, and then jump right into what we're currently doing this fiscal year, or this current summer year. Next slide, please. Sorry if I refer to notes here. In the fall of 2021, TriMet proposed 3 pilot projects to utilize statewide transportation improvement funds, or STIF. One of these was a free subsidized high school summer pass program. Next slide, please. The summer pass program in 2022 was designed to increase access to public transit for low-income high school-aged youth across the region by utilizing $6 million in STIF funds with the goal to support youth ridership, to invest in future ridership, and ultimately potentially new youth choice riders in the hopes that they would start using the system for non-traditional use or non-traditional school use. Next slide, please. I'll now recap the first year of the program. Next slide. The program was approved for the first of 2022. However, the launch was delayed a little bit due to an involved process with the state to get it fully approved. We also ran into supply chain issues in getting hop cards for the passes to be loaded. And then finally, we also ran into a few issues with schools who had still no in-person staff. So this required our outreach to be a lot more electronic and voicemail. So with that, I'll move to the next slide, please. So our goal was to reach 16 schools and distribute 30,000 passes. We did reach 16 schools, but we only distributed 2,600, a little over 2,600 passes. I think the key part of this, though, is over the course of last year, the 3 months, June, July, and August, 216 rides were taken by high school students off of these passes. So with that, we'll move into the next slide. A number of lessons were learned from the 2022 program. Among them were that we realized we probably needed a dedicated staff person to really work on the outreach for this program to make sure we're connected to those schools. We also looked to eliminate the hop card issue, so we didn't have to run into those supply chain issues, which are still continuing. And we also wanted to eliminate some of the barriers that, for example, we decided to open this up to all high school students aged 14 to 18, with an exemption to 19-year-olds who were recently graduated, who would be moving on to, say, their freshman year, but still be 18 to 19 during the summer months. And with that, I'll move to the next slide. Now I'll update you on this year's program. Next slide, please. Thank you. We did hire a dedicated coordinator. His name is John Coney. He is out on a regular basis, meeting with high schools, he's meeting with boards, he is having conversations with administrators, educators, and along with that, making sure that we have a good distribution process when we come up with these passes. Along with this program was our decision to eliminate the hop cards, which I had mentioned before, but we also wanted to make sure that we were doing some active marketing and had good collateral to promote the program. Next slide, please. This map indicates the geographical groupings of the 18 school districts we've outreached to this current fiscal year. The Portland Public Schools, the Beaverton School District, Washington and Clackamas counties, but also we did a diligent job of reaching out to those schools in the outer regions of a number of these counties, whether that's East County, outer West Washington County, or deep into Clackamas County. Next slide. Our goal again is to distribute 30,000 passes for the school year, or sorry, for the summer. Last week we distributed 4,300, and as of this morning we distributed another 10,000. The remainder of these 30,000 will go out next week. In addition to these cards being distributed, we have for the last month and a half now had posters and flyers out, which I'll show you in a moment. But we wanted to make sure that students had these by the 1st of June. Some schools have given us feedback that they'd like them a little later, like into June, because they know that the sooner they give them out in May, those students are going to lose them. So we're prepared for what they're looking for. Next slide, please. In addition to the outreach, we created a poster and a flyer that I'll show you here in a moment. We did an extensive advertising campaign that includes social media, digital, television, and streaming services of both television and audio spots. Next slide, please. This is a poster that was also transitioned into a flyer in both English and Spanish. And you'll notice at the bottom, these are our cleaner versions. We do have versions that have each of the district's logos, or in some cases, the high school's exact logo included on the posters. So it's very much a customized spot to them. Next slide, please. Instead of the physical plastic hop cards, we went with the paper that you'll see there on your right. We also created sleeve announcements, so you kind of have the promotion of the campaign, the QR code links to a website, and then on the back we put on a little conversation about how to ride. Next slide, please. We also produced 15-second TV spots, both in English and Spanish, and I'll have the IT folks go ahead and play those for us now, both in English and Spanish.
If you're a high school student between the ages of 14 and 19, hop on board TriMet for free this summer. Find out how to ride TriMet buses and MAX trains for free with your friends all summer long at trimet.org/summerpass. TriMet, how life moves.
Si eres un estudiante de secundaria entre 14 y 19 años, viaja gratis en TriMet este verano. Descubre cómo viajar en autobús o los trenes del MAX gratis con tus amigos en trimet.org/summerpass. TriMet, así se mueve la vida.
And finally, what you see now is a landing page that we created to support the campaign. And with that, I would like to close with, we'll have any Q&A here, but I do want to recognize my staff. John Coney, who we did hire specifically for this program, who's diligently out meeting with boards. He did 2 presentations last night. I also want to recognize Wes Charlie. He is the Fair Programs Manager for this division, as well as Andrew Longteague, who created the advertising campaign, and Preston Covey, who created the digital graphics that you see. And with that, I'll close and open it up to conversation or Q&A.
Thank you, Lonnie. First, I'll go to Director Bauman and then Director Way, followed by Director Edwards and Director Gonzalez.
I don't have a question, just a comment. I absolutely love the graphic for the ticket. I think it's great.
Thank you. I will address that. Actually, we had 2 things with that. We definitely stepped away from the TriMet brand. We felt that that was kind of important to the audience we were trying to reach. And second, the color palette that you see here was vetted through the ADA approval for contrasting. And in fact, the original colors we had chosen were a little different, but when we put it through that filter, I think they came out more vibrant than the original. So,
very good. Director Way?
Yes, thank you for this presentation and also just an update on how, you know, the current work results from, I think, so last summer was the first pilot, right?
Correct.
That we did this. So I was really excited about this. I was, an avid transit user way back in high school, many years ago. And so it's just really great to see this effort and this state funding source being provided to high school students. I have a couple of questions. So, obviously this is last year was the first year of the pilot, and it sounds like we need to just improve on our outreach and relationship building with schools and districts. But I saw the 216 number, I think, of the amount of times that students used it over the summer. So so that to me says, students we did a great job of passing out, right, this opportunity, but just students were just not using them. So how do we track that data?
So the data last year was tracked to the physical hop cards that were distributed. This year we're going to track against the taps that go for that. We may not have the exact kind of data that we'll see here. We are contemplating doing a research study that we would field with the high school specifically. We'd have to tread lightly on how we do that just because they're underage. But those are some things that we're looking at. But yes, in addition to what we do for outreach, we have an ongoing ridership recovery campaign going. So we hope between the two that'll encourage ridership across the board and specifically youth.
Got it. Thank you. And then my next question is around kind of that student engagement piece, because obviously this is the base, right, that we want to see more utilization, more awareness of the program. In your sort of the marketing plan or the PR plan, have you all considered maybe even just doing like a student leadership council, for example, like paying students from various schools, school districts, giving them a modest stipend to be involved in this? Because I really feel like young people know how to talk to young people about, right, like our transit system and like how to take the bus and like the messaging and the marketing. We pay focus groups all the time, right? Like $25 here, $50 here to participate in, different projects that we do. So has that been a consideration, is to actually pay young people to participate? I don't know why I'm cutting in and out, sorry.
No worries. It actually has. A number of high schools have mentioned that they, with their student organizations, that might be a good resource as we tap them earlier next year to start building up that conversation and that enthusiasm for the passes coming.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is there going to be an expansion to more languages in addition to Spanish, English? Average, in all three counties, I think there's about at least 50 different languages that are spoken in the various school districts.
We are discussing that. As we dive more into it, we have to figure out which languages we can do and which formats we do it in. Obviously, we can do more when it comes to print and digital, but we run into issues of actually being able to communicate that out properly through media channels. But I think for the in-school portion of it, yes, we would like to add more languages as we go each year.
That would be great. Thank you.
Director Ray, I wanted to pop in quick, like you had made mention of the 216 number. It's 216,000 rides that were taken. So it is I think an impressive number for our first out of our pilot. So we obviously want to improve upon that, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. And I think that's a great point, GC. And if we can get maybe even those taps or whatever it is that are being used by our regions, that would be helpful, because I represent Clackamas, which is a huge area in our service district. And so I would be really curious as to, out of that 216, what is the percentage that's serving Clackamas youth?
We'll see what we can do.
Thanks.
Director Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this report. It's a very comprehensive report, and I know there's a lot of challenges out there, and you are addressing those challenges and learning from your experience, and so I certainly appreciate that. The question that I had was that is it all high school age students, or is it all high school students ages 14 to 18?
The first year was all high school students, but that was one of the barriers that we thought we would eliminate. So it's technically open to all youth ages 14 to 18, with the inclusion of 19-year-olds who have graduated, and in some cases who might even be trying to earn their GEDs. So yeah, it's pretty much open to all youth 14 to 18.
Thank you.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Simmons. Cool stuff. Congratulations on this second generation version of it. It's great to see what I would call leaps and bounds in applying some of the lessons from the last year, from the marketing side, the graphics. I think you made some really wise decisions on how you've applied it and used the visual accessibility lens. It's great to see the focus on building writers and creating that ridership culture. And so with that in mind, leaning on some of the comments Director Y mentioned, I think the extent to which we can learn from the utilization rate, the uptake of this program, keeping in mind that what we're trying to do is cultivate new users, I think can help us see what we can learn about the new users. It's not just did they tap or didn't they, perhaps where in the system are they tapping, but also the ambassador. Again, great comment from Director Y on the ambassador element to this. Young folks communicate very well through digital means these days, and the concept of social media and gamification and sharing their journey and their experience as riders can be very powerful. And I think I'd encourage us to continue to look at how we can simply open the canvas of possibilities for them to market as riders within each other. There could be, I know we have rider networks in social media. There might be a dedicated hashtag or channel for young riders, because they're going to have their unique perspectives, safety, security, communication about that, I think is going to give us a lot of unique insight. So kudos, it's not a question. I highly encourage everybody out there in our partner network to find young people and encourage them to become avid users of this system, because they really are the future viability of this. And as young trans-independent people, it's who we're really trying to make sure are being served in this summer months when school isn't keeping up all of our time. So thank you for that work. I'm really encouraged by what I'm seeing. I hope by the end of summer we're able to have some data here that we can look back and see how did we do and how do we improve upon this. So thank you.
Thank you,
Director Kim.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, and thanks to your team. Kudos. Question, it sounds like next year's planning is already on top of your mind, as, for instance, working with student council in different high schools and whatnot. And especially as we have a lofty goal of hoping that these young riders will eventually transition into adult riders, adult choice riders, and so forth. Could you provide comment on ODOT's likelihood of future funding, and essentially a likelihood of our future commitment, right? So when it comes to this sort of programs, it will be very important for us to be able to, commit to a longer term, so that we can see more results. So just curious, as of today, if you could comment on the likelihood of future years.
For that, I'll throw to JC, because he's probably more involved in the relationship with ODOT.
Yes, and Director Kim, I would just say that this is based on the STIF funding, and it is approved every biennium. So we're at the kind of the whim, so to speak, of the committee. It is something that we will continue to go back to and ask for further funding. So that's our commitment, because we hope that we can continue to make this a part of our offering for school-aged kids during the summer, because we have seen what I think are impressive results for the first year, even though we got a late start, and we hope to only improve upon it. So all that being said, we do want to continue this program.
Yeah, thank you. And as Director White have mentioned, I recall when I was in high school, and I was also on free and reduced lunch, and they gave me some stack of those tickets, right, that validates, when we used to have those. So it was tremendous for me and my brother. So I thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
General Manager DeSue.
And finally this morning, I wanted to share with you some of the details about the elevator access control project that we're starting in a couple of weeks. I'm going to ask Andrew to go if you do have technical questions, but let me give you kind of a quick overview. The goal of this project is really to learn how we might curb unwanted and inappropriate use on our elevators and improve the customer experience for riders who really need to use them. I am a rider of the system, and I've seen all kinds of negative things happen out in our elevators, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But the elevators are really for transit use only, to get to and from the MAX platforms, and that's why they're there. And it's too often that people are misusing them, and that leads to damage. In turn, it also leads to unplanned outages. We've been having a lot of unplanned outages out in the system because people go inside of them and urinate into the control panels, feces into the control panels, drugs being smoked and into the control panels. Inappropriate different things are occurring out there. So we are trying to eliminate some of that that's taking place, because people that are in mobility devices, they are reliant on those elevators to get up and down from the platform. And if the elevator is out, it can really block their trip. And I was just on a trip yesterday going home and talking to someone that experienced that yesterday out there. Also, riding in a dirty elevator has been something, that is a negative customer experience also that's there. So there's various other body fluids that are on these elevators. So we're trying to get control of that. They are vital for many of our riders, including people with disabilities, seniors, and people traveling with children. So starting June 12th, we will begin this pilot test at the Hollywood Transit Center. It will be a 4-week pilot. It will require tapping a valid hop card, a hop ticket, a mobile wallet, or a contactless payment card at the card reader installed at the elevator to gain access to it. I want to be clear with you that there will be no charge, absolutely no charge for accessing the elevator. Riders will, whether they're using the elevator or not, they will still need to pay to ride the system. And again, it's only going to be at the Hollywood Transit Center. We will have security staff there present throughout the 4 weeks to really help anyone that need assistance. We will collect a lot of data throughout this project, and it's going to be critical and crucial to informing what our next decisions are on what's going to take place. We are talking with our colleagues around the country about this experiment that we're going to be taking on this project. They are very interested as well about the outcome. Andrew, is there anything that I missed technical?
Yeah, no, that's really good, Sam. The only thing maybe I would just add is this is an innovative solution that we're exploring through the pilot to really serve those folks with accessibility issues and really some of the most vulnerable in our community. And it's very, very difficult for them to navigate through an elevator which is filthy or has other inappropriate behavior going on. And so I think we all understand the importance of this. We're going to explore it and try to gauge for unforeseen impacts to folks. So we will have folks out there actually collecting data on this. The security will be out there collecting data in terms of who's impacted adversely, that sort of thing. And we have a project associated with that. But it is a 4-week program. And I would just echo what Sam said. The issues with elevators, I think you guys have read the news around this around the country. This is an issue that affects not just us at TriMet, but lots of other mass transit carriers. You can read about what BART has been experiencing, et cetera, recently. And this is just an opportunity for us to kind of lead the way on increasing accessibility options for some of our most vulnerable.
It would be nice also if you can address the paper ticket transfers. So people that's coming up with a transfer, security will be there to be able to let them access the elevator. Is that correct?
That's right. The one area that we've identified that we have not quite solved for is that bus paper ticket transfer. And so that's why we're going to have personnel there to help people through that. But we're going to be tracking how many folks that actually impacts to better understand that piece. But that's the specific issue we have not been able to solve for through this pilot so far.
And with that, President Simmons, that concludes my report this morning.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Does anyone have any further questions? Seeing none, we will now move on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Oh,
I do have.
there is one?
Yeah, I do have.
Director
Don't leave, don't leave yet.
Have a seat.
I'm sorry, I do have a question. How many elevators do we have on the system?
Oh, boy, that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. Just phone a friend. 32 okay. Elevators, yeah.
And 'cause I know Hollywood is a big issue, and that's been probably the worst situation that we've had. Do we have similar situations to that degree at the other locations as well?
Yes, we do. And so I think you're kind of illustrating kind of the direction. And I think I talked about this last month too. This is a pilot for us to explore not only Hollywood, obviously, but all of the elevators and honestly, potentially other places. Think about things like park and rides and garages that we might be able to explore the solution for too. So we're really excited about learning more in this space. And I think that's why our peers around the country are excited about learning more in this space too. So.
Are we coordinating those efforts with Peabody as well?
I think Peabody is aware of our efforts. Yeah, they're not going to be coordinative, but we're helping the region understand what this can do. So yeah, we've been in touch.
Good. Thank you.
I'll jump in also. I've had conversations with Commissioner Mapps about the project and let him know if there's anything that he would like to join in with us to help in this process, that we would be very open to Peabody joining us.
I'll check again. Seeing no other questions, thank you, General Manager Dessou. We're going to go to the consent agenda now, and that for people who are unfamiliar with our meetings, it's items on the consent agenda up here are considered routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. And this morning, we have 3 items on the consent agenda. First, the minutes for the April 26, 2023 board meeting, a resolution directing that all readings of ordinances be by title only, and then resolution 23-05-17, updating registered agent designation and address to One Main Place as TriMet moves its administrative offices there. Let me first ask, does any director wish to remove any of the items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Edwards.
Seconded.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez, for the second. Any comments before we vote? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposed, motion carries. So now we go to our resolutions for today. The next resolution to come before the board this morning is Resolution 23-05-19, authorizing a contract with Mercer Health and Benefits, LLC, for benefits consulting services. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
Thanks, President Simmons. I just want to make sure. So it's resolution 2305-18.
Oh, I jumped ahead.
Okay.
Well, let me go back. I really try not to be perfect. So the first resolution today coming before the board this morning is 23-05-18, authorizing a contract with Cochrane Incorporated for ordinary on-call electrical thermal scanning and arc flash program services. That's a mouthful. Maybe that's why I skipped it. Anyway, Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Simmons. Members of the board, our facility management department uses an on-call contractor to perform electrical work that is beyond the experience, licensing, and certification of TriMet staff. In December 2020, the board approved a 5-year contract with Cochrane to perform these on-call services. Since then, TriMet has adopted a program required by Occupational Safety and Health Administration, which helps identify electrical safety risks and ensure regulatory compliance. The program, which helps detect what are known as arc flash hazards, a term used in the title of the resolution, called for a complete inventory of the electrical components across TriMet's facility. The inventory conducted by the arc flash team revealed that many of the non-inventoried electrical assets across TriMet facilities required replacement. Those that are not replaced will be required additional monitoring and maintenance. All of this add up to a significant amount of electrical work that now must be addressed by an on-call contractor. With resources from Cochrane's 2020 contract exhausted, we come before the board to authorize a new contract. It is resulting from a new procurement to which Cochrane was the only firm to respond. However, the firm is experienced, reputable, and knows TriMet electrical system better than any other contract in the area. Their best and final offer was $9.3 million, and it came well below TriMet's independent cost estimate for a 5-year term. With change orders included, the contract will total $10.7 million. Cochrane is a certified women's business enterprise. The firm has 740 employees, and about 17% are minorities, and more than 12% are female. And TriMet will work with them to maximize the use of DBE subs and any subcontracting that is performed. I recommend your approval.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So move.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Is there a second?
Second, Kim.
Thank you, Director Kim. It's been seconded. Moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to make any comments before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll go to Resolution 23-0519, authorizing a contract with Mercer Health and Benefits LLC for benefits consulting. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
President Simmons, members of the board, state and federal requirements associated with TriMet benefit plans have become increasingly complex, as they have with many other businesses. While TriMet staff oversees the design and administration of TriMet plans, they are supported and assisted by external consultants with specialized benefits expertise. TriMet's current contract with Mercer expires at the end of the month, and the firm once again emerged as the highest scoring proposal to the RFP that was issued earlier this year. The proposed contract of $1.4 million reflects Mercer's best and final offer for a 5-year term. The contract amount is included in the Labor Relations and Human Resources budget for FY24. Mercer has nearly 6,200 employees. About 21% identify as minorities and 60% as female. Your approval of the resolution is recommended.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Kim. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Director Gonzalez.
Was it?
Director Kim's over there.
Motion.
No, I'm trying to figure out who seconded it.
I did.
Dr.
Oh,
Lewis.
thank you.
Lewis.
Thank you, Director Lewis, for the second. I heard two voices and I couldn't figure out who it was. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to ask a question or have any comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The board will consider our final resolution, Resolution 23-05-21, adopting the fiscal year 2024 budget and appropriating funds following the ordinance section of today's meeting. So now we're going to turn. Did I skip another one?
Yes, you did.
Ah, my goodness sakes. You can tell this is my one of my last meetings. I'm not tracking really well. So we're now going to go on I need an assistant, so keep me on track here. So the next resolution, 23-05-20, authorizing an IGA with C-Tran for HOP FastPass services. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
Thanks, President Simmons. I would have helped you in that situation there. Members of the board, our HOP FastPass contactless payment system has raised the bar for transit fare payment since its launch in July of 2017. Not only does the system work for you, ensuring that you never pay more than you should to ride transit, it also makes riding easier and more convenient, providing seamless transfers between TriMet, the Portland streetcar, and our neighbors to the north, C-Tran. The initial IGA between TriMet and C-Tran began in 2014 has expired. C-Tran's board has approved a new IGA authorizing the next 5-year term plus a 5-year extension. The core terms have remained the same with adjustments to reflect the more matured HOP system that exists today. This resolution is revenue neutral, as revenue sharing within the agreement accounts for the cost of each agency's service and proportional use. Your approval of the resolution is recommended.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Bauman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Edwards. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments before we vote? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries.
I was wondering if C-Tran wanted to say.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we will be back at 11:45.
elevator? Hey.
As I mentioned earlier, our final resolution, 23-05-21, adopting the fiscal year 2024 budget and appropriating funds, will follow the ordinance section of today's meeting. And so we're going to turn to the ordinance now. And this morning we have a second reading on Ordinance 374 regarding a fare increase proposal. And I'm going to ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, Ms. Board President. Ordinance number 374 of the Tri-County Metropolitan.
Please.
Ordinance.
Please. Please refrain. Okay. Okay.
We can hear each other talk.
All in favor of the fare increase? No! All
374 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, adopting fare increases and amending TriMet Code Chapter 19. This is the second reading.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, we had our first reading and public hearing at the board's April meeting. Is there anything you'd like to add today?
So, President Simmons, before I get to my comments, I want to thank all of the voices that's here. I want to thank you all for being here. And I want to thank you all for being heard this morning about the proposed fare increase. While something like this is never easy, I'm grateful that we have an engaged public, one that cares about TriMet and our future. You know, our mission is to connect people with valued mobility options that are safe, convenient, reliable, accessible, and welcoming to all. Our work to fulfill this mission is outlined in our business plan, and our business plan is supported by the budget. Our budget for the next fiscal year does have a fare increase that will help fund the first big package of improvements for Forward Together service plan. These are improvements to provide to you, our riders, especially those with low and limited incomes, better connections for more people to reach more jobs and places throughout our region. It calls for buses arriving more often and earlier and later times in the day. It is an ambitious plan that seeks to increase transit service in our district more than 30% in the years ahead. Yet, we are set to embark on this plan at a critical point, given TriMet's ongoing recovery from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, inflation, and other rising costs associated with operating our system. That is a huge mountain to summit. And as the appointed stewards of TriMet finances, I know that the board job to address this challenge has not been an easy one. Your decisions today will have tremendous impact, not only on the future of TriMet, but on those who rely on transit services in the Portland metro region. I would now like to call up our Executive Director and CFO of Administrative Services, Nancy Young-Oliver, also our Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity and Accessible Officer, John Gardner. They're going to give you a final look at what is included in the ordinance in regarding to the fare increase and the mitigations that TriMet will put in place should the board adopt the fare increase proposal. So, Nancy?
Okay, advance. Great. Good morning, President Simmons and members of the board. I just wanted to
Could we ask the person standing by the screen to move so we can see it? Thank you.
I just wanted to reset us on our resources. As you look at our major buckets of resources that come in the door, passenger fares and payroll taxes very specifically, those are the only two resources that we have that don't have federal rules or requirements attached to them. When you look at our federal formula funding that comes in the door, that all has rules, for example, for preventive maintenance. When you look at our State Transportation Improvement Fund funding from House Bill 2017, this also has requirements that we must abide by. Along with our state and local grants, when we issue bond proceeds, those can only be used for the acquisition or construction of a major capital asset, cannot be used for operating expenses. And pass-through and funding exchanges are those things. Pass-through doesn't belong to us, it belongs to another entity, and a funding exchange is just that. We're exchanging one color of money for another. Advance. I know you've seen this slide in the past. This captures both our revenues and our requirements. The colored bars represent TriMet's major resource categories compared to operating and system costs, represented in the blue and purple lines, respectively. The resources include our passenger fares, our employer payroll taxes, operating grants, which include our STIF, lift and other operating revenues such as advertising. And then in the blue checkered is the federal stimulus funding that we've received since COVID hit. As you can see, our top major resources of revenues, with the exception of passenger revenues, have continued to increase every year. Our employer payroll taxes have increased every year for almost 20 years. Our federal funding, formula funding, has increased on average 2 to 3% per year, except for those years where we have a light rail system that's been in place for 8 years, and then we generally receive a 15 to 20% increase. Advance.
Increase the TriMet tax.
In front of you, you see a snapshot of our pure fares, and TriMet has lagged behind in the adult base for many of its peers. As we look and we do comparison, we look at those that are subsidized compared to the daily ticket passes, the amount of ridership, you can see that TriMet is lagging. Advance. When you look at the fare impact, in 5 years, this will increase our passenger fares by $26.7 million. And it's important to look at it beyond just the dollar amount, but to look at it, what does that mean in service hours? It's over 164,000 service hours. This is part of bringing forward together to a realization in our community. Advance. And just as a final reminder, per the strategic financial plan as adopted by our board of directors, we are required to keep a pricing strategy that keeps pace with the cost of service. John?
Good morning, President Simmons and members of the board. I just wanted to clarify some of the information related to upcoming mitigation.
Excuse me. I need to ask you to I need to ask you to refrain from making so much noise that we can't hear what people are saying to us.
So the first mitigation is that although there will be no increase in the cost of the monthly pass for youth, honored citizens, individuals with disabilities, seniors. If you're paying $28 a month today, a year from now, you will still pay $28 a month through fare capping.
Would you say that again?
Certainly. So the proposed first mitigation maintains a fare cap on the adult and the honored citizens fares. So if you're a youth, if you're an individual with disability, if you're a senior, if you're on low income, you will continue to only pay $28 a month through our fare capping process. You heard earlier today that there's a lot of work to be done to explain that and get the word out, and that's part of this year's budget. It's the goal of increasing participation in the reduced fare program. We will also maintain the 50% discount for paratransit trips. We will be expanding access to the reduced fare program, which has already registered over 50,000 people despite COVID and the pandemic. We agree we want to increase participation in that program, and there's money to do that, to market, to partner with community colleges in Portland State and many other groups. And we're going to extend the participation in the program to 3 years, mirroring the Honored Citizen program. And we're going to be working to expand the hot retail network so there's even more places to load fares and get access to cards. And when you sign up for the reduced fare program, your first month is free.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Simmons. Clarifying question then. So if I'm a regular rider right now and I rely on transit all the time, am I gonna be arriving at the cap faster now and less rides than I would be before this change?
That's correct. It will take you only 10 days to reach the fare cap, and you will be charged no more fares for the entire month.
So if instead of taking 12 to 15 rides to hit the cap, now with this change, in 10 rides, I've hit the cap for the whole month?
In 10 days. And if you're an adult paying the full fare, it only takes you 20 days to reach the fare cap, and you will be charged no more using the Hot Fast program.
We should not have to pay for this. Do any of you ride TriMet?
Thank you.
Is that the only means of transportation?
So thank you, Nancy and John. So President Simmons, board members, I recommend the approval of this ordinance.
Thank you. Does the board wish to make individual comments before we vote? And if so, I'll start with Director Way.
Oh, I'll wait for other board members first.
It's easier for me to just go down the line.
I actually have a question. So I know that we have this ordinance before us, which if the increase were to go through, it would be effective January 1, 2024. But my question was, can we amend the ordinance, or can I, as a board member, introduce a modification for this to take into effect in a future date? It's a procedural question.
I will yield to our attorney,
Thank you, Chair.
Shelley Devine.
Thank you. And Director Way, to answer your question, the reason we have 2 readings of any ordinance is because you're passing a law. It's basically the equivalent of a law, and so the statutes that govern that require you to have 2 readings of the exact same ordinance. So unlike a resolution, which a board member could, raise their hand and say, I want to amend something, and then the whole board would vote on whether or not to agree with that amendment, you can't do that with an ordinance. The only thing you could do is start completely over. So.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I just feel like, I'm ready to sort of have a discussion, right? I hope we could have a discussion before this vote ahead of us in terms of arguments for and against this increase. I have a couple of points that I want to make. First, I think that this is a premature vote that will dampen the future of collaboration, and I mean real and true transparency and collaboration between communities that are going to be the most affected. I say that because we literally just formed a fair subsidy work group within the Transit Equity Advisory Committee that I've been honored to serve on for the last year and a half. And this work group is exploring what are the alternative options for future financing that is sustainable within our budget and our mission. So I feel like doing this vote in advance of a work group that is well-intended, that has service transit-dependent folks sitting on there, as well as folks who are low-income, immigrant and refugee, youth, and seniors. I just feel like we need to put their voices at the table that we're trying to build around this discussion. So that's my... Okay, all right. I appreciate the audience feedback, but I want to continue to conduct doing business. So I appreciate that, and I, again, want everyone to be able to hear all of the points that each of us are making in this decision. The second point that I want to make is that we have some very, very big issues right now that currently need to be addressed, like ridership levels that are being stagnant, like our customer satisfaction being maybe average, before we increase this cost of service. I'm really, really concerned that this fare increase is not going to do really anything to address the stagnancy that we see in ridership. I took the MAX, like I said, starting in high school when I was 14, from East Portland to downtown Portland. The MAX and the bus for me was a symbol of, it was a lifeline. It was a way that I was able to get around. And I just feel like when you talk to, it's really sad because when you talk to, I feel like a lot of Portlanders, just lately, just people really aren't riding transit as much as they were like back in the days. And yeah, it's due to affordability. It's due to so many different reasons. So I'm really, really, again, concerned at that our ridership levels are not there yet on both the MAX and the bus system. And then, another point is that I don't think any of us are really realizing that public transit is a key problem solver in the climate crisis that we're currently facing. Like, Like, we're going to have continued wildfires in our region. We are going to continue to have droughts. This is real, y'all. Like, this is a real issue. And I feel like TriMet needs to be a major player in getting people out of their dang cars and onto our buses and our trains. I really feel very passionately that we need to be a bolder leader in addressing climate crisis. And then I have two. All right, thank you. We have two other points. I have two other points that I want to make. I also feel like from the last public meeting that we had a presentation from several of our staff, which again, thank you staff for doing your work and collecting the data. So this is not against anyone personal, but from our own sort of, I think it was a quarterly performance review of like on-time performance and customer satisfaction and all that. It was dismal. Honestly, it was quite sad. Like, our on-time performance could be doing much better. But what I gathered from that presentation was that it's a very long time still for people to wait for their buses, to wait for the MAX. And then I saw just sort of also an uptick in the number of increase in pass-ups, which happens when buses see passengers and they don't even stop for them. So there's a lot of issues, I think, in our current service and what we're trying to deliver to the public that I just feel like it's not really meeting my expectations, to be honest, as a board member. And then along that lines, we say that public transit right now, the services that we're paying is because transit is a utility, right? That's not my word. That's kind of what's projected out there, is that this is a utility, like the gas and the electricity and water. And if I was paying for transit, right, I would expect reliable, safe service, like kind of around the clock, to be honest, as someone who everyone is here is paying into this system. And so if the service right now is sort of mediocre at best, there's hits and misses in terms of just what is really happening on the ground right now with riders' experiences, then I just cannot ask the folks that are here to pay more for what? Pay more for what? I just don't understand. And then last but not least, I know that increasing fares is an easy solution, right? It's something that's like, sure, let's just pass this on to the consumer, to the customer. But I will just say that this vote today, if it does move forward, will not create the long-standing impact and change around dedicated, sustainable funding that this agency really needs to address and really needs. At best, it's short-sighted. At best, it'll stave off a couple of $1 million in the next couple of years, but it is not going to go far, in my opinion. And last but not least, I just want to say that we have, again, the fair work group that is underway right now, and I just want to put on the record the groups and the organizations that are going to be part of this fair work group to hopefully help inform the board, over the next couple of months, right? Like what the real policy and what the real solution should be. So this is an 11-member work group that includes people from the following: Climate Solutions, our very own Committee on Accessible Transportation members, Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon, Opal Bus Riders Unite, Mount Hood Community College, Multnomah Youth Commission, Portland Bureau of Transportation, Portland State University, and Under the Blood Ministries. And so these are, again, very diverse groups that are serving the populations that really need the reliable service. And so I just as one board member, I encourage you all to really reflect on this vote. I don't think that we need to do this right now. It's not the right timing, and we need to really listen to community. So I'm going to be voting with my heart and my conscience, and I'm going to be a no.
I need to quiet the room so that others can provide their comments. And thank you, Director Way. And just so you know, we are all individuals, and we will make our ideas and thoughts known. So please refrain from making so much noise that we can't hear what each other's saying. Director Kim?
Yep. Thank you, President Simmons. Thank you, board members, for the past few months of active discussions, and Sam and staff from open houses to Q&A and everything. Really appreciate all of the hard work that everyone has done. And also, I'll be remiss not to thank the public members for making personal sacrifices to come out here. So thank you for your time to share testimonies today. I'm Thomas Kim, a board member representing Washington County, and I want to start by saying that I'm committed to establishing a long-term development strategy that does not rely on fare box revenue, right? Notably, and it's a long-term development strategy, right? And notably, through the newly established Fare Subsidy Exploration Committee within TIAC, led by Director Kathy Way, you know, I see TriMet doubling down on this commitment. I personally will, and I see that. And although we do have a robust reduced fare program to provide mitigation to some of the most vulnerable members of our community, I do understand how fare adjustment would be a blow to some of our community members. And as of today, we have a budget shortfall that's threatening TriMet's ability to provide even the current level of mobility solutions. And the immediate alternative to balancing the book today would be to reduce our services that many of us and our families so desperately rely on. And that would not be okay. So I, along with certain TriMet board members and our leadership team, I'm moving forward, committed to continue to work with the state and local governments to swiftly establish a creative funding solution that would move away from even partially relying on fare box revenue, right? And I do agree with Representative Pham, whom I deeply respect, and others' sentiment that the proposed fare adjustment is similar to a Band-Aid. And I do believe that this agency's continued reliance on the fare box revenue is temporary in nature in the 21st century, especially in the context of Portland Metro region. But the current urgent financial reality is that until we can treat the funding issue, we do need that Band-Aid. And while I will vote today to ensure, I want to vote today to ensure TriMet's continued existence and TriMet's service level. But I assure you that we would not be wearing the Band-Aid forever. And I look forward to continue working with the general manager, the current and the future board members to swiftly establish a long-term development strategy that does not rely on fare box revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bauman?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to reiterate or reinforce the comments that I'm really grateful to everybody from the public for speaking out and participating. I also am grateful to the staff for all that's gone into the proposal that we're considering today. I just want to make two quick comments. First, overall, of course, this board is the steward of the agency's financial health, and we have to ensure that the system is healthy today and in the future. First, I want to have. Please respect. Okay. I'm going to continue. My first comment is actually from a historical perspective. So you might know that TriMet was formed in December of 1969. It was a public agency that took over a private bus system. At that time, the bus fare was 35 cents. If you go to the website for the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you'll see that 35 cents in December 1969 had the same buying power that $2.82 does today. In other words, if you went to the grocery store in 1969 and spent 35 cents, that same item today would cost $2.82. So this proposed fare increase exactly aligns with that historical comparison. The ordinance simply keeps fares at the same level that they were 50 years ago based on the purchasing power of the dollar. Consider...
I need to ask you to keep your comments down so that we can communicate.
I'm almost finished. So, the fare after this fare increase will be the same as it was in 1969. But consider how different the transit system is now. In 1969, TriMet had 36 bus routes. Today there are 85 routes. Today, TriMet has nearly 4 times more buses than it did in 1969. And of course, in 1969, there was no MAX system, which now has 5 lines, 96 stations, and 145 rail cars. People who pay the full fare today are paying essentially the same as in 1969, but for much better service. Importantly, however, the 1969 fare system was much less equitable because everybody paid the same fare. There was no low-income fare, no honored citizen fare, and no fare capping. Everyone paid the equivalent of $2.82 for every ride. So that's the historical perspective. Here's a forward-looking perspective that's personal to me. This is my last board meeting, so allow me to be personal. I have two close family members who experience disabilities. They don't drive. They are transit dependent. One lives in southeast Portland, one lives in Clackamas County. They are able to live independently because we have a robust transit system. They are transit dependent. They use transit to get to work, to get to grocery shopping, and to go out with friends. Those close family members who are disabled and transit dependent will be riding TriMet long after I'm off this board. I want the system to be affordable for them, and I also want service to continue to grow. Like every transit dependent person, my beloved family members need more frequent service. They need service to be expanded to areas where the population is growing and where job opportunities are expanding. This fare increase will support the continued expansion of service. And due to fare capping, the cost to ride won't change at all for those who ride frequently. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to take a break. Thank you. I thought that was fabulous. to continue our meeting in person. This is your last warning that if you are disruptive and interfere with any of us talking, this meeting will be recessed and go virtual so that you won't actually be present when the vote is taken. So that's that.
You don't respect the people? You don't respect their voices?
You don't respect our voice. We have not had a chance. We have not had.
We're volunteers.
We're volunteers and we showed up, but we can't do our job if you can't let us speak. Okay, I'm going to stop this right now, and we're going to continue, and I'm going to speak next. And if any one of you opens your mouth, we're going virtual. I'm going to begin. This is your test. First, I want to thank all of you who've been a part of this process. You've only been a part of this process for 6 months. This board, I think we need to go virtual. Cameras on? Okay. First, I want to thank everyone who's been part of this process. 6 months into the discussion, we have received so much information and general feedback on the proposal. However, for this board, it hasn't been 6 months. It's been 2 years. 2 years that we have been delving in and studying and reevaluating whether or not we really need to make a fare increase. However, I want to thank all who have taken the time out of their regular schedules, their regular lives.
Can they hear us? Like, okay.
To come. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not going to text him. That way he can stay up and listen to it.
Oh, okay. You can hear me now? Okay, okay. I want to thank all who took time out of their regular schedules for their regular lives to come to one of these meetings, to attend virtually, to attend an open house, or to provide feedback online or via email or letters to the board. We listened to your testimony at our meetings and community events and read through all the comments and feedback. I know it's not always convenient, and I fully appreciate the time and energy spent to have your voices heard. However, it can't replace steps that I and some of my fellow board members feel are necessary to do our duty to maintain the fiscal responsibility of TriMet, Oregon's largest public transportation provider. Remember, the majority of TriMet riders want more and better service. They want buses arriving more often and on time. They want better connections to more places. TriMet's Forward Together service concept can get us there. But we have to be smart, and frankly, we have to be realistic. Funds for the implementation for Forward Together are directly tied to this fare increase. And with the financial pieces in place, TriMet is prepared to begin rolling out the first large package of service improvements starting this fall. Agency staff also have done a tremendous amount of work to stabilize the operator workforce so these improvements can be supported consistently and reliably with real people who are performing incredibly important and valuable work. Now, as more drivers are coming on board, and with the supportive funding, including the fare increase, we could really start moving forward on Forward Together. Thank you.
Support your riders. Use your voice. You work. Use your voice. You have power. They don't represent.
Can I?
You here. We are struggling.
Closer? Oh, closer. Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who provided public testimony today. I hear you. A month ago, I received a notice from my apartment complex that my rent was increasing by $100. In the past 5 years, the increase has been over $50 a year. For all of those who own homes, I am sure you have experienced huge property taxes as well in the increase. To the point everyone in the room has felt the effects of inflation at some intersection of our lives. The effects of inflation is present in our city government down to the increases, even the parking meters, and at home here at TriMet. Over the last several months, I have heard many alternatives to offset our increases that TriMet is proposing. Increase the payroll tax, explore additional federal funding, and on and on. My comments are not to debate the alternatives, but to acknowledge that a transit city for our city is vital, And it is all of our responsibility.
You all should be working with us instead of against us.
To see that
we
it
could be working
happens.
together.
If you are
I want to ask
then
that
you
everyone that's
contribute
part of the
to the
protest, please
revenue
come inside so we
resources
can-
of TriMet. If you are for-profit business, you contribute through your personal and payroll taxes. If you are retired, you contribute through your federal and state taxes to the revenue sources of TriMet. 95% of everyone in the room today contributes, whether or not you use TriMet, because your payroll taxes, it doesn't sort out who rides and who does not. So we all have a vested interest to make sure our transit system is reliable, safe, secure, and available to all. 10 years ago, TriMet did not increase fares, but used resources and revenue to move forward. Thank you. Our community benefited. 9 years ago, TriMet did not increase fares, but used resources and revenue to move forward. 8 years ago, TriMet did not increase fares, but used resources and revenue to move forward. 7 years, 6 years, 5 years ago, TriMet did not increase fares, but used resources and revenue to move forward. Thank you. Our communities benefit. Year 2 and 1, we shut down for COVID. And here we are at 0. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone that testified, either written or in person. But I have an issue with those that aren't respectful because someone may disagree with you. That is a real problem. I'm an older gentleman. I'm black and I'll always be black. And even though Martin Luther King died over 55 years ago, there's still things that he worked on that haven't happened. In Portland, Oregon, over 40 years now, young blacks have been killing each other in the streets and no one stops that. It's increased and it continues to go on. Gun homicides are over 50% for young black males in this city. We only make up 6% of the city at best. Those are lives that are being lost, and we're concerned about 30 cents. That's what troubles me the most. However, free transit is not an option. We're not at that place yet.
Testing.
Okay. Unfortunately, as I said before, TriMet is not going to solve all the ills of our society. That's not what we're about. We're about transportation. I could bring up a whole lot of things in my lifetime that have happened to the black community. The disrespect, the murder, the discrimination, the death, not only of young adults, but babies as well. I could talk about it from now on, and everybody knows about it. It's not a secret. It's a societal issue. TriMet's not going to solve it. That's not our place to solve it. We can only take care of TriMet and transportation, and that's what we should be about. It would be great, like I say, if we were fearless. That would be wonderful. But I know that fearless is not going to work, certainly in my district, because there's a recycling place that's just a mile and a half from my residence. I see people carrying cans on bicycles, walking, and they would be on TriMet. And if they haven't bathed for 6 to 8 months, who would want to sit next to them? But that's not their fault. That's the way society has treated them. Does TriMet solve that problem? No, I don't think so. So those are the things that we have to consider, I think, when we look at the things that we're responsible for changing here with TriMet. Are we going to just kick the can down the road and say, well, we'll do a fare increase later, which is going to cost more? It doesn't solve our problem. I don't think that solving our problem is going to be increasing the fare as well. There are going to be other things that we have to do in order to mitigate that in every population, which will increase ridership. But also, I think that down the road, we may get to that place, but it won't be TriMet alone that gets there. TriMet can't get there alone. Let's just be real clear about that. So with that, I'll close out. I just hope that we can, after that we get done with this issue in regards to a fare increase or not a fare increase at this time, that we work together as a board in unity, because a split board is a defeated board. We have no credibility, and we won't be able to go forward with anything that we want to do after today.
Thank you for the floor, President Simmons. I have a lot to reflect on, and I'm going to try to just summarize my thoughts. The first thing I want to acknowledge is that today is a day of courage. Whether it's the staff coming forward to present the case, whether it's the public coming forward to express their concerns and their passions about this subject, or whether it's us as board members. You know, this is one of those days where we've got to bring ourselves to the table and with all the courage we can muster, see through all of the things that are happening to really look at what our job is. And today's one of those interesting days where we have to exercise that courage to look at what really is the right thing to do We've heard it all day today. We got to do the right thing. Well, what is the right thing? We have to individually make that decision as board members, and it's no small charge that we've been granted through this appointment process. It's a challenge to think about what is right for this organization, because on one side, as the secretary and the treasurer of the board, I have a keen awareness of the financial side of this. And one thing I think we should not be doing is putting this agency in a more precarious position to be viable. In the end of the day, we want a system that is going to give people a reliable, safe, clean, useful, secure system. And we have to figure out the best path to do that. And that's where the real work is. And to me, it takes a lot of courage to step forward today and really think about what is the best for the agency. And so with all the courage I muster and all the heart I bring, I want to say that I'm really grateful for the staff, for the board, and for the public, for all the courage that they're demonstrating. Because it's an interesting moment right now. We're seeing democracy in action, and it's a beautiful thing. And we're trying to do our best as a society to make this process a democratic one that's in the end going to give us a system that we can all be proud of. Now, a point I need to make is that fairs are a part of the equation. And fairs, regardless of what path we start to take, will continue to be a part of that formula. Because even though it's only 10% of our overall cost for a ticket, to not have fairs be in the equation puts at risk the other 90%. And we have, for the last 10 years, not looked at fairs because we've been looking at all of the other potential avenues and try to avoid this at all costs. We're in a position now where trying to address fairs is not coming because we haven't looked at every other option. It's because every other option on the table's got us stretched as far as we can take it right now, and fairs need to be a part of this. And we can't just walk forward without including fairs in the conversation. I don't know if 10, 20, 15, 5% is our target, but fairs, whether they're coming from the person writing or somebody else subsidizing that, have to be part of the overall cost formula. At least that's the way the cookies are crumbling right now, because every other agency in the country is running into the problem of having to figure out how to fill gaps. And if fairs are not part of that, they're at a disadvantage from all the other agencies. So I'm grateful for the agency that we're not putting ourselves in a vulnerable position where we're having to close the light, turn off lights and close buildings today. We're being prudent, we're being conservative in looking at this of what the problem will be months from now. And not everybody out there has the luxury to worry about what life is going to be like months from now. It's a luxury we have. But we're utilizing this time to make prudent decisions so that we don't have worse options down the road. So I acknowledge all of that. And in this moment of democracy, you know, on one side I see a lot of courage. And I know that there's no rationale that I can give you today that's going to help make sense of why this is okay to do now. I read the t-shirt, no fare increase now, no fare increase ever. I get it. There's never a convenient time for this to happen. And it's why it's this inconvenience that's made us last this long looking at every other option under the sun without this. So what I want to say is not so much a rationale for why this thing makes sense to me, although I believe that with the mitigations in place, we are actually encouraging high ridership, high frequency ridership. We're actually helping lean into the expectation that if we're gonna increase fares, well, we better be delivering more value. And I think TriMet's making good on that. We're doing our very best. But we're not in this alone. We need a community out there that is willing to be a partner. And I love that everybody says they want to work with us. And I've heard this coming from the public. I've heard it today in public discourse. I saw it in letters coming from other elected officials. We heard our representative Confam today chime in from Salem to say they want to work with us. Well, I wish you would have said that sooner, because we've been working through this for years. This is not new. These issues are not new. And even within TIAC and even within our committee partners, we've been having this conversation for a while. And so the message I have is really not so much a rationale, but I want to express what I want from our partners. Because we are really trying to do something difficult and maintain a system that's viable while simultaneously growing it back. So if you want us to have a good system, if you really are on the side of a good, reliable public transit system that's going to address climate change, equity, accessibility, and all the things that it can do when we let it shine, well, then I'd like to see you really lean into the partnership equation. Help us find those tax revenues. If tax the rich is a solution, help us take that message to Salem. Help us get the elected officials to actually do their job. Instead of just telling us that they stand with us, help us get them to do their job and go to Salem and propose legislation that's going to tax and grow greater tax revenue for public transit. Help us do that. Help us create a culture of ridership that is respectful, that helps us maintain the system clean. But what I'm seeing is very disappointing today, because it's capricious to think that just wanting something is going to get it. And it's very destructive to encourage people to evade fares, to be disrespectful to a process. And I'm hearing today very, very discouraging messages from our community. When you're celebrating people that are going to evade fares proudly or boycott the system, you're not helping TriMet become better. You're not helping TriMet become more viable. You're not helping TriMet become safer. If you really want to help us, become a bus driver. Become a community service worker. Become an ambassador for good ridership. Help the thing stay clean. Keep eyes and ears on the system so that we're all taking care of it. Because that's what we need. We don't need to be told that this thing needs to be free without a path for us to get there. I wish that we had that magic wand that could make this thing free. But I know that I don't have it. I would love for us to be able to look at what's going to make this system strong. And I would love for all of this passion and all of this energy and all of this attention to be directed towards actually making solutions. And I want to acknowledge the international students that brought some studies today. That is a beautiful example of the way we work together to contribute to a conversation, to learn from one another. I don't know what motivated those students to conduct a survey and bring that knowledge to us, but they have brought more value in 6 minutes of public testimony in one meeting than I'm going to say the 5 years I've watched Opal sitting in committees with us. And I'm very disappointed when an organization that wants to be at the table doesn't utilize that table to actually bring ideas forward. And I'm really disappointed that right now we're confusing democracy by having paid advertising brought to the public forum when people are being paid to come say things, when people don't even know where that money's coming from, that's paying them to come say these things. I think we're tarnishing the premise of democracy. And I believe that anybody who's a tax-exempt organization needs to be very careful when they're leaning into tax policy in this way. And so I'm really disappointed in the way in which we're exhibiting democracy, by the way in which we're confusing working together from working against a process. We aren't even allowed to hear each other comfortably. I'm afraid that most of what I say isn't going to be heard by the folks that I would wish would hear it. And I would love for Opal, Bus Riders Unite, and the organizations that care so much about transit to sit down at the table and help us figure out how to make this thing shine bright. But I'm not seeing any of that happening right now. This Monday morning quarterbacking happening from our public agency partners isn't helping either. And I'm severely disappointed in how absent they are when it's time to come up with solutions, and how somehow it's some sort of political protection to tell us what they think we should be doing and to say, I look forward to working with you. There's many that we've been trying to get a call back, trying to get them to participate, but I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to just close by saying that I really would love to see all of this attention and energy to be directed in a proactive, solutions-oriented direction. We're far from that today. And I hope for the best interests of our community and the public transit system at large, that we're able to walk into the next few years with more riders, with more workers, with more drivers, and with a community that is proud to lift up TriMet and all of the mobility options. Right now, it feels more like our partners want to see us fail than they want to see us succeed. And that part breaks my heart. So I'm just going to stop there and say, let's exercise our courage and let's vote with our hearts. And regardless of how people vote today, tomorrow still brings the challenge of trying to make the system viable. And I think that's where the real work is. Thank you.
I'll now ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to hold the roll call vote.
I'm not getting a green light.
Maybe they're ready.
Testing.
Okay.
I'll call the roll now. On Ordinance 374, I'll start with Director Gonzalez.
My vote is yes.
Director Edwards.
Yes.
Director Lewis.
Yes.
Director Simmons.
Yes.
Director Bauman.
Yes.
Director Kim.
Yes.
Director Way.
No.
Ordinance 374 passes.
Thank you. Shall we just go on? We have one more resolution to consider this morning regarding the budget, but we're not going to take a break. I beg your pardon? We just have one more, we have one more item. Okay. That's only 12? Okay, okay.
President Simon, could we push back the final item to next month meeting?
It's the budget.
Sure.
Budget,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
We still have a quorum. Okay, finally this morning, the board will consider resolution 23-0520, adopting the fiscal year 2024 budget and appropriating funds. Mr. General Manager, your comments.
So President Simmons, members of the board, the Oregon law requires TriMet's board of directors to adopt a balanced budget before the start of our next fiscal year, which is coming very soon. FY24 starts on July 1st. That's just 38 days away. TriMet proposed budget includes $820 million in day-to-day operating costs and more than $328 million in capital and operating projects. Its total is $1.93 billion. Included in the budget is our first package of service improvements coming out of our Forward Together service concept plan. Substantial completion of the Better Red Max project and the start of new capital projects, including TriMet's portion of the Hollywood Hub. Additionally, there is continued support for riders with low income to help them access transit for less, and in some cases at no cost, through our Access Transit partnerships. It continues efforts to restore our workforce, increase ridership, and maintain a transit system that is safe, welcoming, and accessible to all. And it does all of this while maintaining a robust transit service that exists across our 533 square mile district. The budget was drafted to assume adoption of the fare increase, with the first funds anticipated when the increase takes effect on January 1st, 2024. It has been approved by the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, the TSCC, which found TriMet's estimate to be reasonable and in compliance with budget law. Adjustments made since the TSCC review fall within legally allowable limits, and I do recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second, Kim.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Thank you, Director Kim. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 The duet.
Did everybody vote?
Aye. Yes.
Okay. It's been approved. Motion is approved. There is no other business to come before the board, then I'm going to adjourn the meeting, and the next regular scheduled board meeting is June 28th. And if we can get out of this room, I hope we all have a good day.